の幕を蹴るの倒すのマスカレード人の世を操る恐ろしい存在噂の真相にして無敵のドラルク様こんばんは素敵なうなじのお嬢さん私と私とすみませんちょっと怒りましたいいもん虫でこれだから新横浜は常識がないしやかましいし時間が経つのが早いミミズランクさあ人生たる趣味で夜を明かそう人間風情にわからぬ思考のゲーム悠久の世界で踊り踊ろう喉の渇き潤すのも久しさあおいで私の手の中へ次から次へと事件は起こる過度吸血鬼ごときひとひねりさ快適で有用な人間社会知的で友好的な私が秩序保とうやめとれ吸血鬼違いだあえて道化を演じてるのさ何この街は変態しかいないんですかイカれたまとしむ横さ太陽すら追い立つ私を言い伏せよ若造不正はセロリでも食べていろ夜はどこまでも私の元祖今宵月の眼差しが美しい騒ぐ胸の奥凶楽のうち愚かなる人間諸君そう私こそが真相で無敵のバンパイアロードでありながらハンターを助ける超かっこいい存在なのだすぐ裏切る恐り死ぬさあ人生たる趣味で夜を明かそう人間風情にわからぬ思考のゲーム悠久の世界で踊り踊ろう喉の渇き潤すのも久しいあら求む白く光るうなじを嘘です牛乳で我慢します敗北と騙せる女だずっと全てするな
It's my birthday. It's my birthday. Well, technically it's tomorrow, but I'm holding you all hostage today. Today for my birthday. So you're all gonna be nice to me. You all have to be nice to me. Do you like my little John too? I have a little John now. It's my little John. Say hi to John. Say hi to John. He's joining us for the stream today. It's my little John the Armadillo. You'll learn all about him. I've got a whole slide just for him that you'll learn about. I'm so excited, actually. I get to talk to you guys all about this. I'm so excited. Do you want to just get into it? Because I'm so excited. I'm so. We're talking about my favorite thing in the whole world today. This is my Vampire Dies in No Time stream, guys. Clearly the best stream you've ever witnessed in your entire life. No one's ever done this before. Made a presentation about their little autistic obsession. No one's ever done that. I'm cool like that. I can't even think to talk about anything else. Like it's a Monday. What do I have to tell you on a Monday? It's my birthday stream. Anyway, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you all. I'm so happy to see so many of you here today to celebrate my birthday with me as I tell you all about my favorite show in the world. Do you like my little Draluk overlay that I made? I can tell you exactly which episode and which moment exactly all of those images come from. I've watched it that many times. I'm not ashamed, not at all. In fact, stay tuned to the end, and I'll tell you all about the watch party that we're gonna do in the Discord server later. But yes. So this is all about the Vampire Dies in No Time. If you're wondering what my qualifications are to be talking about this, it's right here. These are my qualifications, as you can see. I've spent a lot of money on this franchise. I like it. I care about it a lot. I spent $700 on a you see this the guy in the red jacket, the Ronaldo. I spent $700 on a custom jacket of his. Turned out to be a real piece of garbage, and I only got a partial refund. But I spent $700 on that, and I've never spent that much money on anything else in my entire life, so I think I qualify to be talking to you all today about this. I'm not an expert because I don't know Japanese, but I think I'm the best you're going to get in terms of people in the English space who are going to talk to you who don't speak Japanese. Let's get straight the fuck into it, okay? Fucking. There's too many tabs open, okay? Because the way I had to set this up, there's too many tabs open. But welcome. I love giving presentations. So, for those of you who have no idea, or who've never heard of it, The Vampire Dies in No Time, Kyuketsuki Shugu Shinu, is a slice of life comedy anime created by Itaro Benoki. It's originally a manga. And hi Una, hi, welcome. So there's been over 300 chapters posted of the manga so far. And I believe we had a short serialization recently where we got a few new chapters, but you know, Bonoki's like got health issues, so it's not something that's been super consistent for a while. There was a really long hiatus there, so we were all just happy. We finally got the what do you call it? Gender swap. We finally got the gender swap, which in any comedy would be in the first 20 chapters, but not in this comedy. That's like chapter 330, I think, at this point. There's 25 volumes, as you saw on my manga shelf over there, and 2 seasons of the anime, but only one of them ended up getting dubbed. We assume because of the Crunchyroll merger that happened a few years ago. It's very disappointing. It's very disappointing because thank you, Una. You're the happiest birthday of my entire life. Thank you. So happy to see you all here. What was I saying? Yeah, it's very sad that there isn't a double season 2, because season 2 has some amazing episodes that I would love to hear people talk about, and I will mention like what certain voice actors are when we get to the songs about their characters. But in terms of what this show, the story even is about, aside from it being a comedy, as you can glean from the name, it is about a vampire that dies in no time. Basically the entire setup is a vampire hunter gets called to exterminate a vampire. He goes to the castle. Turns out the vampire is a complete fucking weakling and dies at the slightest wave of a hand. Has the ability to regenerate himself immediately afterwards. And comedy ensues until they end up living together in an apartment. nothing but like baby, dude. Look, he is baby girl. I'm sure lots of people would consider him baby girl, so I don't think you're too wrong there. But these are our protagonists. We've got Draluk, Dron, and Ronaldo. Draluk is a male wife completely, but we'll get to that when we get to his character slide, okay? This is John, Draluk, and Ronaldo. Draluk is our titular vampire. John is the armadillo that is currently on my head. And Ronaldo is the vampire hunter. And if you're wondering, those all seem like very English names. Are you sure they didn't just Romanize them Westernize them for the West? No, they didn't. Those are just their names. A lot of the characters have very straightforward, strange names, and a lot of the characters have very English names. And a lot of the characters are, in fact, have a lot of references about them. So, you want to meet the characters? You want to meet them all? You want to meet them all, don't you? Because I've got so many. Let's talk about Ronaldo. This is Ronaldo. He's a vampire hunter. Yes, our Lord and Savior John the Armadillo. We'll get to that in a couple slides time, but this is Ronaldo. He is and by the way, I put these characters in order of how they appear in the anime. However, the anime does not follow exactly the same order as the original manga. So if you are going to read the manga rather than watch the anime, then it might you'll just see the characters differently. you'll just meet them in a very different way. Love him, hate him, stupid pro hunter, loser salary man. Yes. He's a vampire hunter who is actually very successful and actually really good at his job. He's been writing an autobiography called The Ronaldo Chronicles in his spare time. It was originally a blog that he was posting online that got picked up by an official publishing house. Because, you know, he likes writing that shit. He was also running a blog at some point that was very erotic. It was a fictional autobiography of himself and his made-up girlfriend because he's never dated anyone in his entire life and he's a loser version. He doesn't know how to talk to women. He almost never gets flirted with by attractive women. Even though he's like popular online and there are people who like think he's like, there are definitely people in this universe who think he's attractive. There are people in this universe who have him as their profile picture on I think the version the in-universe Twitter is called Neuter. I think that's what it's called. He's completely and utterly useless outside of doing his job. He can't cook. He is the kind of person who has a hard time throwing things away. He doesn't clean. He hates Christmas. He thinks Christmas is a terrible time of year. He gets so incredibly jealous at Christmas time because he's never had a girlfriend. So when Christmas rolls around, he fucking hates it because everyone's hanging out with and having a good time with their girlfriends and he's all lonely at home, so he hates Christmas. And he's also the kind of person to procrastinate to the extreme. He's been writing this book for like a good chunk of his career by now, and yet he has not once finished anything before the deadline. He is always late. He is never finished in time. And at this point you'd think he'd learn, but he's just the kind of person who works under pressure, I guess. Ronaldo, in fact, is not his real name, though. The only reason that we don't get told his real name in the actual series itself is because, Bonoki forgot, he was going to, and then he forgot about it. He forgot about it. Yes, we love you, Paul McCartney. You're Paul McCartney, the pole dancer. That's a reference that you only understand if you watch episode 5, I believe, of season 1. It's a great joke, by the way. I love episode 5. I'll tell you more about it later when we talk about the characters that appear in episode 5. But I love Ronaldo. He's so amazing. He's a fucking idiot. He's a complete and utter idiot who may or may not be a sadomasochist. He's a chest man. He thinks tits are the best. He's got a brother complex. He's so incredibly, he like puts his brother up on a pedestal in his mind, a very childish pedestal, if I might add. And like that's just his whole fucking world. The reason he's a hunter is because of his brother, and I'll tell you about his brother a bit later. He's so amazing. He's so fucking amazing. I don't know how to explain to you how amazing he is. His whole outfit, as you could kind of see from the what do you call it? What was it? The picture of the shelf that I showed you earlier. His whole fucking outfit is 100% a Hellsing reference. He's got a lot of silver on his outfit, but these days they're not actually trying to kill vampires. Despite being called vampire hunters, they're mostly just there to beat them up and keep them in line and keep them entertained for a while. So it's not real silver, it just looks like silver as a tradition sort of thing. He's got a garlic clove, a cross, and a skull as basically symbols of traditional vampire hunting that aren't really in play anymore, because a lot of more modern vampires aren't really as affected by those sorts of things as the older vampires are. Like there's a whole vampire whose whole thing is garlic, so so some of the younger vampires, it's not really anything. How awesome can he be? Well, he can basically defeat a lot of vampires. He can kill a lot of vampires. The only time he loses is when his own stupidity gets the better of him, or he just can't fucking believe how fucking stupid all of this is. He's like amazing at his job. He's an expert marksman. He does have a crippling irrational fear of celery though. He thinks celery is the absolute devil, and just can't handle being in the same room as it. He can't handle the smell of it. He can't handle the taste of it. Just all of it is actually just the worst thing in the entire world to him. He can't fucking do any of that shit in his general vicinity. Oh yes, yes, yes. He used to smoke cigarettes. One fun fact about him is that he used to smoke cigarettes. He stopped doing that because Dralug can't handle the smell of cigarettes. But he used to smoke them, and now he only does it under high stress situations when he's not in the house with Dralug, because Dralug will die immediately. Yes, he stopped for his male wife. He stopped because of his male wife. Because of his male wife. Ronaldo is like not a smart guy at all either. He did absolutely dog shit in school. He could not fucking do anything that wasn't that wasn't related to vampire shit. He just couldn't. He could get like 10 out of 100 points on most tests. He's always been an idiot despite what he'd like you to believe. It is rumoured that he has become more of an idiot since Draluk has moved in, but I think he's just become more frequently annoyed with things. One other thing that has been rumoured is that he's so when he was like first starting out as a hunter, right? This kind of facial expression is like the thing he was doing most. Yeah, I didn't say it before, but I love that the overlay is it's my birthday thing. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I felt like I needed to like put something up there, but I didn't want to have to like put any more overlays on, so I just was like, yes, text. We'll just put text there. Thank you, thank you. I know my overlay is the most gorgeous thing in the entire world. But anyway, this expression here is like he's like sexy vampire hunter expression. He's like Ronaldo the Great expression, right? Since then, he's completely forgotten how to do it. He just can't do it anymore. He doesn't know how to do it anymore. It is said that since Draluk has come into his life, he has completely forgotten how to look like he's anything other than an idiot. Like he has the kind of face that like he can stare off into the distance and seem like he's like a cool and profound person. But the second he opens his mouth, he is completely unattractive. Which seems to be how things turn out for most of his life. Ronaldo also has absolutely zero fashion sense. The only reason he can dress as well as he does as a hunter is because his brother made that outfit. He based his outfit on what his brother used to wear, and it has absolutely nothing to do with his own sense of style. He likes bold, patterns that don't match and don't make any sense, and frankly, ugly bullshit that no one would want to wear at all. It's just all bad. It's all just so bad. She's all so bad. He's also got he's got negative riz sometimes. Like, he gets so nervous when people talk to him, and he doesn't know how to give people gifts. Sometimes he'll like, if he thinks you're attractive or something, he'll like try really desperately to please you, and then he'll pull out he'll pull out a sandwich from his pocket and be like, here, I know, I'm such a gentleman, aren't I? And you're like, dude, I don't want the sandwich from your fucking pocket. It's gross. He's so lame. He's such a fucking loser. He's a fucking loser. He's a fucking loser, which is why he writes. That's why he writes, because then he can make a fantastical version of his of all his vampire hunting jobs to make himself look way better. Speaking of all his hunting jobs, this is his hunting partner. This is Draluk. Draluk is 208 years old, and he is a vampire from the Dragon Clan, which is a clan that is rumored to be the only clan in existence that can transform into dragons. Draluk, however, is absolutely bad at this. He can't transform for the absolute life of him. He's the kind of person who will press a big red button that says do not touch just for the fun of it. Despite his age, he is not exactly the most mature person in the room at any given time. He can be the person that has the most, like, logical sense, but, like, if he thinks it's way more fun to fuck with people, he's gonna fuck with people, because, in this universe, vampires instinctually, seek out, entertainment and relief from boredom, so they just do whatever the fuck they want. He's an avid gamer. He streams, all his games to, I forgot what the streaming platform is called in the universe, but he uploads videos to YouTube. He also has a VTuber. It's a female model that's called Dora which, there is an official design for it. I just don't have art of it. He does all the household chores, including the washing and the cleaning and the cooking, and he wears a little apron, and he just takes care of fucking everything. He frequently dies in the sink though, because, you know, things being too hot, things being too cold, running water, it can all, kill him. So he has a tendency to die while he's doing the dishes. He doesn't treat himself dying all the time as anything more than a second state of being. It doesn't even seem to inconvenience him outside of when he's doing important work. He enjoys cooking. He considers cooking to be one of his hobbies, and he will never cook if he doesn't want to, but there is absolutely no point in time in which he doesn't want to cook, especially considering it would make John very sad, and he doesn't want John to be sad, so he cooks all the time, and he adores getting praise. He loves having his ego stroked a lot, which is partly why he does the cooking. He especially likes baking cookies because he knows everyone likes them, and then he gets really upset if people eat any other cookies aside from the ones he's made. He gets really jealous. He also does stress cooking. If he is in a bad mood, he will make the biggest, most elaborate dinner you have ever seen. So if he is cooking more than 3 dishes, he is 2 seconds away from fucking killing you. So you just be like, thank you, Draluk, thank you for the food, and just hope that the mood will pass. Just enjoy the food while you're getting it. He's very particular about cooking too. He likes having specific things, and Ronaldo does the shopping, so he frequently gets things like specific brands wrong, so Luke frequently has to like make a shopping list and then call him while he's in the middle of the shopping to be like, did you remember to get the green one? Because I specifically wrote down the green one and last time you didn't get the green one. So that's kind of the dynamic that they're going for with those sorts of things. He also likes figuring out ways to do shortcuts with cooking. But the biggest problem with that is that he also, like, he doesn't want, because the thing with that is that he likes speed running games, right? So he does the same thing with cooking. He tries to speed run a dish, basically, to get the same result that tastes just as good in the fastest way possible. He enjoys doing that. He likes challenging himself that way, and it's really cute, actually. But yes, in terms of him being, oh my god, he weighs the same as me. Anyway, in terms of him being a vampire and things, he's pretty bad at being a vampire. He doesn't have a lot of vampire abilities, or well, he's not very good at any of them. He can transform, but not well, and he frequently fails to transform into anything that resembles any sort of creature. He just, it's very funny or grotesque. Those are the, I think he very rarely has been able to transform into like a proper bat. Every other time he's tried, it just has not worked out in any capacity at all. He does not have any hypnosis. He does not have any other sort of abilities at all. He just dies. He's just a weakling. That's his whole thing. That is his complete and whole thing. His favorite blood type to drink is blood type B. But he also likes tomato juice and milk. And he especially likes mixing those things in with blood. But because he was living alone for so long and just not leaving the house and just getting everything either brought to him by his family or ordering it online, he's not exactly good at getting blood from people directly. It's all kind of the capability of eating something that rich has just fucking left him completely. But he does have like a much higher resistance to things like hypnosis than other people. You were so proud when he finally transformed into a proper bat. I was. He was so happy with himself. I hope he keeps practicing and he gets really good at it. Because transformation is noted to be one of the most complicated of a vampire's abilities. So most vampires are capable of transforming, but not all of them are very good at it. But yeah, he's got a much higher resistance to things like hypnosis than other vampires do. He, like, lower levels of hypnosis, he's, like, completely resistant to. Higher levels of hypnosis is when it, is things that most people can't resist unless you're, like, an extremely powerful vampire. When he dies, there is at least a certain amount of his body that when it gets too far away, that will cause him to die permanently. like, I think it's about if at least like half of him is if you like half him, right, and then you put him and they let me pull back. Let me rephrase this. Okay. So when he dies, he turns into a pile of sand or ashes. Sand ashes. It's not really clear if it's sand or ashes because he says it. Because he says sand suna when he dies, but it's been referred to as ashes. His dust. So when he dies, he turns into a pile of dust. That is not dead, but it's not alive either. He's still conscious and sentient and can like move as a pile of sand, but until he reforms himself, he is like not he is still vulnerable. Like if his pile of sand were to stay in a situation where it would be killing him over and over again, like if he were to stay outside in the sun all day, then he would die completely without any chance of regenerating. But that hasn't happened yet, so he's completely fine. But yeah, if you, because each grain of sand is like its own sort of entity. So if you is like its own sort of entity and its own like part of him. So if you like separate his sand into different things, they can reform individually, but not as two separate Draluks, as like different parts of him. So if you like split him in half, then you would get one top half and one bottom half. That if you brought them back together, they could form one Draluk, but it wouldn't be. I don't know. I'm not sure what you would really want with a single bottom half of Draluk. He's skin and bones. He's like below 50 kilograms, which is below 100 pounds. He's a complete and utter skeleton. He does really wish that he could be all muscular, but weight training and exercise is at this point in his life would just kill him, and so he would never make any sort of progress. But he does wish. There are definitely people in universe who think he's attractive though, and I know people out of universe who think he's attractive. And you know what? Completely fair. It all makes sense. We take Dralug on like walks. Yeah, Dralug likes going on walks. He likes sewing. He hand makes outfits for John, and we can only assume that he fixes up Ronaldo's costume when it gets a tear in it, because Ronaldo is stingy as fuck, and no matter how much money he has, he will buy stuff like he is a struggling college student. Like Draluk grew up incredibly rich and incredibly spoiled, so he will spend money like it's air, but not Ronaldo. Yes, we spoil the baby. We spoil him so much because his father hasn't done enough of that, obviously. What do you mean? Fun fact, The only thing he dislikes making is scones. We'll get into why at the end of this section of the presentation. But Ronaldo is voiced by Ian Sinclair, who does a lot of voice acting jobs. If you've watched any dubbed anime, you have definitely heard him. Draluk is voiced by Frank Todaro, who does more video game work, but he plays I believe it's Starscream. I believe it's Starscream. It's one of the Decepticons. He plays one of the Decepticons. I don't remember which because I'm not a Transformers fan. I should have been paying more attention to his posts on Instagram. But he also plays Mugman from the Cuphead Show. And I love him. I love Frank Todaro. He's got such a good voice. And I want to hear him do more things. He's such a cool guy. Have you seen him? Have you looked at him? He's such a cool guy. He's so incredibly cool, and I can only dream of meeting him. I want to meet him so bad. So incredibly bad. Oh, Frank Todaro, please, Adelaide Conventions, please invite him so I can make him sign a print of Draluk. Oh. Anyway. This is John. He's an armadillo from South America. He's been friends with Draluk for 180 years. They are absolutely inseparable. There is no Draluk if there is no John. They are together in every universe, and that is canon. He is known for being round and fluffy, and he has spawned his own religion, which he is a little uncomfortable about. He loves snacks, and he plays futsal in the local teams. He's very sweet and he's very caring, but he's been friends with Draluk his entire life. So he shares a lot of traits with Draluk, and he's very willing to go along with Draluk's shenanigans, and they're always in things together. There's like very rarely a time where John will actively go against Draluk for some reason. Like he just doesn't. Everyone just loves his roundness, and he's so cute and tiny, and love him. But Draluk, so John only speaks by saying "nu," right? However, all of his dialogue can be translated into raw Japanese, which is really interesting. So he's got like his own little code language, and they compensate that in the anime by the voice actors saying it in a different way to like indicate like different, like John saying like different names and stuff. And it's really cute. It's really cute. Draluk is one of the only characters who can straight up understand him because they've been friends for so long. Most people have no idea what John is saying, because you know they just don't know his language. I'm not sure if later in the manga anyone actually learns, but you know, him and Draluk speak directly, and Draluk speaks for him if he wants to say something, but no one can figure out what he's saying. Ronaldo loves him though. Ronaldo treats him like he's a precious little baby boy, even though he's a full-grown adult. Because Ronaldo is susceptible to cuteness, and Ronaldo loves cute things. Ronaldo cannot handle anything unless if it's cute. John is very jealous of anyone who used to know Draluk when Draluk was a child, because he would love to meet Draluk as a kid one day, because I'm sure he would love to know what Draluk was like as a child. He was a spoiled little guy. His father called him a complete, him like the cutest boy in the world, an angel, but well, by his teen years, he was already insufferable in some respects. John gets really jealous if Draluk calls anything other than John cute. Like, you know, it's fine, like, you can call other things cute. It's not fun, cause what do you mean? What do you mean other pets are cute and I'm not the only cute one? It's... It's very great. It's very great. It's very great. He also holds grudges against people who make fun of Draluk, like one of the characters refers to Draluk as useless, and since then John has just held the most petty grudge against him for that. Just, how dare you call him useless? But yeah, John loves apple pie and pancakes. And he loves snacks. He loves snacks so much that he has a tendency to gain a little bit too much weight that is unhealthy for armadillos to have. And then he gets very upset because, fuck, now I can't eat as much as I want to. I have to lose weight again so I'm not at risk of health issues. Because Draluk takes very good care of him, but John is a little bit more pampered and spoiled at the office than he was when they were living in the castle. The only thing that I can't stand about Draluk is Draluk's complete inability to sing. Draluk can't sing to save his life. He is the absolute worst singer you have ever heard. Do not ever hand that man a microphone. It is the only thing that John just can't deal with, and just has to be like, no, don't, please don't, no singing, please. This bad. Karaoke is a nightmare if you allow Draluk to sing. However, Ronaldo loves karaoke. Ronaldo's not like exactly the best at singing, but he loves doing karaoke. He likes having fun with it. He enjoys it a lot. Draluk's just completely and utterly tone deaf. This is Fukuma. This is Mr. Fukuma. He is one of the editors at Autumn Shoten, or Autumn Books, and he edits the Ronaldo Chronicles, and later on picks up Draluk to do bad video game reviews, where Draluk reviews video games that are complete and utter garbage. Which turns out to be really popular, which is so they make it a whole thing. But Fukuma is 100% definitely human. I'm not sure why you would think he's not human. Look, he even has his umbilical cord to prove that he's human. 100% human. An eldritch being wouldn't have an umbilical cord. He's very proficient in using a battle axe, which is a must-have if you are going to be an editor at Autumn Shoten. All of them are proficient in some kind of combat. Fukuma can also create portals to basically anywhere. If you see this purple background, that is what all of his portals look like. And this, in fact, picture is him in his house, which is that purple void with furniture in it. He has weird, unexplainable powers that no one else seems to have, especially not humans. He is fluent in a cosmic language. The university that he went to is a reference to Lovecraft. So he may or may not be an eldritch horror, but if you ask him, he's going to confirm, yes, I'm 100% human. I have my umbilical cord to prove it. Which is true. He has it in a jar that he just keeps somewhere. But he absolutely adores cats. Just loves them so much. He thinks they're the cutest things in existence and deserve all of your love and all of your attention, and he loves them so much. He has a little shrine on his desk to cats, and it's really cute. He loves them so much. He's voiced by the guy who did Sammy Lawrence in Bendy and the Ink Machine, which for me, the first time I watched it, threw me through a loop because I was like, fucking, I know that voice. I've heard that voice before. He does a great job. It's one of, if not his first anime roles. And he did such a good job on that dub. The dub is really good. It's really good. Like, we are going to be watching the sub in our little watch party, but I highly recommend going and watching the dub of season 1 at some point if you're interested in it. It's just that fucking good, right? I just think it's just that good. What other facts do I have about Fukuma? Fukuma's a very like interesting sort of guy because he's like a very like, this is his resting face. He doesn't emote a whole lot. He's very straightforward and has a very monotone sort of speaking. He loves deadlines. He thinks deadlines are incredible. But Autumn Shoten is the kind of company that look, they call it author enrichment. They call it they call it author enrichment, right? But it's more like almost killing their authors if they don't, as a threat to as a threat to get things done on time. His vision without his glasses is infinity. Which I think is a great fun fact. He can just see everything. He can see all dimensions. That's how I envision it. He can see in 5D. In 5D. But he's great. He's amazing. I love him. I adore him so much. I love you, Fukuma. He's so pretty. This is Hinaichi. She is the vice captain at the Vampire Control Division. She is the youngest member to ever join the force. And what the Vampire Control Division is they are essentially a separate section of the police force that deals specifically with vampires and vampire-related issues. Because in the universe, there aren't a lot of laws about that are vampire specific, because a lot of vampire things is really hard to prove in a court of law, right? Like, you can't exactly outlaw hypnosis in public because you can't legally prove that anyone was ever hypnotized, right? Hi, Money. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. So the Vampire Control Division is basically there to like keep an eye on everything, to research, to help with like researching vampires and disciplining vampires for public indecency and stuff, and basically keeping them all in line. But the only time that they can like truly arrest a vampire and truly incarcerate them for any actual length of time is if they do something that is against the law for humans, such as something like murder and just you know, just think of any law, just think of any law that can be when the Vampire Control Division can actually do more than a slap on the wrist. They also work closely with the vampire hunters to achieve these things. Hunters are more there to like be a bit more showy, whereas the Vampire Control Division, they deal a lot more with like the more diplomatic things and the more serious issues surrounding vampires. They wear white uniforms to better identify themselves to vampires, to like stand out, because a lot of vampires they will they actively want to like start fights and stuff, because they think it's fun, because they think it's fun and entertaining to show off their abilities and see if they can defeat a hunter or something. So which is why everyone has like big elaborate outfits to like be more appealing to a vampire, which makes sense because vampires don't like boring things. Like, you hand a vampire a tambourine, that's the greatest thing they've ever seen in their entire life. Hinaichi is like a very serious kind of person. She takes her job very seriously, but she caves when she finds something cute. She caves when it comes to Drollick's cooking. She fucking loves his food, especially his cookies. And she, okay, so when Hinaichi and Drollick first met, Drollick acted very gentlemanly to her and kissed her hand. And Hinaichi, since then, has had the tiniest crush on him. It's a pretty like on and off sort of thing for her, because every so often Drollick does something that makes her go, wow, you are a fucking idiot and I hate you in this moment. But like, she's into that hot male wife vibe, I guess. at some point she moved in under the floorboards of Ronaldo's office. She started just popping up out from under there because part of her job is keeping an eye on Draluk to make sure that he isn't like a threat to the public. But eventually she just kind of moved in there, and she pays Ronaldo some kind of rent. We don't know what kind, but she pays some kind of rent for living there. It's like a really cozy room. She's got like a plushie of one of Draluk's transformations. It's really cute, actually. But yeah, she uses swords as her weapon of choice. She has a deathly fear of penguins because her brother pushed her into the penguin enclosure at the zoo when she was younger. So she's terrified of penguins. She can't fucking stand those things. And like, yeah, that's one fear in this show that I think makes sense. If I was 8 years old and came face to face with a penguin after being pushed in front of one, I think I might develop a fear of penguins too. They're not exactly like they're good from far away, but some penguins can be really terrifying. Um 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 she noises penguins make it spooky. Yeah. She actually ended up gaining some amount of immunity to hypnosis because of um because of a because of something that happens to her that we will get into when the character comes up later. I'm very excited to talk about him, actually. You don't know how excited I am to talk about him. But he's a while away, guys. He'll come up later. He's a fan favorite in the Japanese fandom. But anyway, we're talking about Hinaichi right now. Is there anything else interesting about Hinaichi that I could tell you about? Because there isn't a lot of information about her. She's just kind of like, she just kind of shows up to be the Vampire Control Division member and to like compliment Draluk. She's lovely though, she's lovely. I love her character design. I love a character with red hair. You excited for the watch party tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow, this time, we're going to be watching all of the anime. So, if you would like to join the Discord, you can. There is a command for the Discord invite link, but there is also a link in my socials below. Anyway, let's move on. This is Hunter's Guild. These are majority of the members at the Shin Yokohama Hunters Guild, which, by the way, the series takes place in Shin Yokohama. I feel like I should have mentioned that earlier. But these are most of the hunters out of there. These are all the ones that like show up the most. You've got Satetsu, you've got Shot, you've got Maria, you've got Tachan, you've got Midoki, you've got Shoka, you've got Senya, Koyuki, Gosetsu or Master, you've got Home Run Batter, you've got Robin, and you've got Vamine. Satetsu, Shot, and Maria are the like main hunters. They get the most screen time out of all the hunters. Satetsu is a very shy and soft-spoken hunter. He used to be a delinquent before reforming and becoming a hunter, so he's like He's such a good guy. He's such a good guy. He's got a big metal arm. I'm not sure if it's like a prosthetic or if it's just like a piece of armor, but he's got that. But he is like so boring. His character trait is that he is boring. That's his whole thing. He is one of the characters that gets a yaoi ship in the fandom, which a lot of these characters get a yaoi ship actually. Let's see if you can find them all, figure them all out. Shot. I love Shot. I love his design. He's got like a poncho and like kind of like a tunic and a hook shot. He's great. I love Shot. He's like just as dumb as Ronaldo, but he's more he has the vibe of like the traditional hunter, and he tries really hard to impress people, but he's also kind of a weirdo. One of his defining character traits is the fact that he has a fetish for body hair. That is one of his defining character traits. He doesn't get he unfortunately does not get a lot of screen time that is not making fun of his fetish. He did get a chapter at some point that starred him, but unfortunately it was about his clothes turning invisible, so it didn't turn out very well. Maria is a lady who dresses up in a nun's outfit. It's a sexy nun outfit, by the way. It's got a boob window and everything. Her family has a lodge up in the mountains where and she likes hunting bears up there. She's a very aggressive woman. She is not afraid of like punching people and tearing off their clothes. She's very good at her job, and she's willing to like take risks to get shit done. She's like I feel like she is like way more capable than a lot of the male hunters actually. Like in a situation where they're all like, oh fuck, what are we gonna do? Maria just comes out there and is like, you guys are fucking stupid, and she solves the problem for them. She's incredible like that. We love Maria. Tachan is a girl who dresses up in like, it's a more Chinese-esque outfit because her family owns a Chinese restaurant, which I think implies that she is Chinese. She might very well be Chinese. I'd have to have a look at that. No, it's never confirmed what her ethnicity is, but she's got a very like Chinese style outfit, and her family has a Chinese restaurant, so it's entirely possible to headcanon that for her, I guess. She's the kind of person who like just insults everyone every second she gets. She is never happy. She seems to have a lot of fun making fun of people, I think. Which, you know, go of Queen. Yeah, call him out for being a limp dick bitch. That's the kind of person she is. She might have been a mean girl in high school, who knows? Madaki does not get a lot of screen time. I think he has 2 lines in the entirety of the dub, and then he shows up in one episode in this in the second season. He's a hunter who also runs a hunter's goods shop, which has like anti-vampire sprays for like lower level vampires and stuff like that to sell to the general public. He hangs out a lot with Shoka, who is a guy who he loves sleeping. Almost every single time he's on screen, he is asleep. He used to be a firefighter, and now he's a hunter, but he still dresses like a firefighter and uses a hose. Yeah, his main character trait is that he is usually asleep. He does think sharp hip bones are attractive though. Senya is one of the older members of the Hunters Guild. He is, you can't see it in that photo, but he is dressed to the nines in lingerie. He is he's not outright stated to be, but he outright finds Draluk and Ronaldo both incredibly attractive, so he's definitely gay. And I mean in the I love you, let me keep you, can I date you sort of attractive. So he's definitely gay. He uses like whips and shit to capture and train vampires. And he makes all the vampires that he's captured wear lingerie. So it's definitely a sex thing. It's definitely a sex thing for him. But you know, he gets the job done, so I guess we can't fault him for that. Koyuki is not a hunter. She is the daughter of Gosetsu. She works mostly at the bar, but since they're not allowed to serve alcohol to the hunters because they're technically on the job, she makes food. She unfortunately is really bad at making food. Everything she makes, no matter what she does, turns out completely inedible. But she's adorable and we love her. Gosetsu is the Hunter Guild master. He's like been like there the longest. You assume he's retired, and then he like pulls out a giant weapon and will beat the shit out of you. He's very protective of his daughter, and he is noted to be a natural born capitalist. He will take every opportunity he can to in some way make money off of whatever is happening. He will start gambling, like miniature gambling, and he will like sell things to like anyone standing by. Complete capitalist. It's great. It's great though. It's incredible. But yeah, he mostly just hangs out at the guild and like deals with all the administration work and heads everyone. Home run batter, a hunter who uses a bat and ball, dresses in a baseball uniform. He shows up sometimes in the background. He doesn't do anything. Robin, uses a bow and arrow, and also does Western style archery classes for people. He is often mistaken as a woman. He has a passionate male fan base, and unfortunately doesn't get to show up very much. Because he basically never gets to. He never ends up meeting any of the vampires around in Shinjuku. Which honestly might be for the best, which you'll learn when we finally get to talk about the vampires. Varmine is one of the oldest members of the Hunter Guild. He is like extremely popular. He likes wearing a mascot costume that's a duck. He has his own theme song. He likes doing his little dance. He uses a giant sword that is shaped like a leek. But Varmine is like super mysterious. He communicates exclusively through signs. But like we just legitimately don't know jack shit about him. He's just there. He's just there as a mysterious figure. But yeah, so you'll see like all of these characters like at the very least in the background of some Hunter Guild things, but Suzetsu, Shot, and Maria are definitely the ones that like show up the most out of everyone. It's heavily implied that Shot has a crush on Tachan. I'm pretty sure it's not even implied, it's straight up said that he's got a thing for her. But she thinks he's a complete weirdo, which, fair enough, Tachan. Oh, I love them all. I love all these characters. So, let's move on now to Honda. Honda is another member of the Vampire Control Division. He's a Dhampir, in fact. So for anyone who doesn't know anything, a Dhampir is a person who is born from both a human and a vampire having a baby together. He has much larger fangs and a much more heightened sense of smell than most Dhampirs do. He's been in a rather one-sided rivalry with Ronaldo ever since he met him in high school. And like, you'd think with everything that he knows about Ronaldo, he'd be like some insane fanboy, but he's not. He just fucking hates the guy. He thinks he's the worst person in existence. He wants to somehow ruin his life, but Ronaldo doesn't do anything that could be considered a scandal. He's got Ronaldo plastered all over his room, and like he made a custom pillow of Ronaldo that when you squeeze it, it's a recording of Ronaldo screaming. He constantly breaks into his house to set traps for him because he enjoys watching Ronaldo be terrified. Honda could be so incredibly good at his job and such a well-mannered boy if it wasn't for how obsessed he is with Ronaldo. Like, he loves his parents. He's such a mama's boy. He loves his mother so much. And he is like a bad liar and gets so incredibly embarrassed about lying because his mother told him that he shouldn't lie. But he just if he could just let go of his hatred of Ronaldo, he could be a decent person. But instead, he's a fucking idiot who does everything in his power to annoy him. That's his defining character trait. It's so sad for Honda. Poor Honda. It's so sad for Honda. If only Honda. Hello, Honda. Honda, do you have any fun facts I can talk about you? Not really, because you're not incredibly interesting as a person. The reason he wears his the mask is because his teeth are so big that they hang out of his mouth. But they get really uncomfortable when they're directly exposed to air, and he also just thinks it's really cool to wear a mask, so he wears it as a fashion statement partly. He originally had like the shortest hair possible, but eventually he got like this big ass do. Like, do not go back and see debut Honda. It's a little scary to see him with a bit of it's a little scary to see him with what is essentially a buzz cut. It doesn't look good on him, and I'm glad it got changed. I'm very excited though for you to meet Yamu Suzaka. I love this guy. He's okay, he's not a good person. He's not a good person, okay? Like, but I think he's really fun. He's the director of the Vampire Research Center, which is where vampires that get captured by the control division go, and so that humans can learn more about vampires. Yomo has worked on a lot of like vampire related drugs and treatment, because there is such thing as a vaccine for vampirism in this world, but he literally cares about nothing other than his research. He is egotistical and careless. If he thinks it will help him learn something, he doesn't give two fucks about how dangerous it is for other people. If he could legally kill people for research, he would. That is how obsessed he is with the art of science. And like he thinks incredibly highly of himself, to a degree that like he's a bit insufferable for it. Like, no one likes hanging out with him. Fun fact, he was originally designed to be a woman, and then he at some point in the process turned into a boy, but he ended up getting a hot female assistant in the manga, so I guess we still got we still got a pretty science lady out of it. But yeah, he's very apathetic, doesn't give a shit about ethics, literally could not care less about your general existence. Like, frankly, you're all just in his way. He would love to just be able to capture any vampire and do research on all of them. He is not friends with anyone. This bitch wears Crocs all the time. He has absolutely horrible posture. He'd probably be taller if he was not slouching all the time. He, however, has an incredible soft spot for dogs. Like the mask he wears is that of a dog. He carries around a big old ball filled with the ashes of his pet dog. And the only thing that he cares about other than science is dogs. He is a boring person outside of his career. He doesn't have hobbies, he doesn't have interests, he doesn't do anything other than work. But he's an asshole, and he's fun, and I love him for it. I love his episodes. There's one episode where he ends up spending a bit of time with John, and you can see his little soft spot for animals come through with that. But you know, if it's for science, he'll fucking do anything. A scientific breakthrough is a scientific breakthrough. But that is basically all of the non-vampire characters. Are you excited to meet the vampires? Because I've been teasing a couple of them, but I'm sure you're all excited to see who our vampire hunters are facing off against on a daily basis. Yes, I know I am. This is Nudanium. He is completely naked. All the time. I cannot show you a picture of him to help describe who he is, because he is wearing no clothes, aside from his cape. Nudanium is a plant that evolved to look like a human. He is a vampirized plant. He has a bundle of bright pink flowers over his crotch area. But he is despite the way he looks, he is a very cooperative person. He's really nice to humans. He just wants to spread flowers everywhere. But, because they're inferior vampires, he's not really allowed to do that. But he's part of the reason why the vaccines at this point in time have been able to get as good as they are, because he allows the research center to use his blood and his inferior vampires and knowledge about him to develop these sorts of treatments. He's really nice. He's really cooperative. He shows up every so often. He's technically a permanent resident of the jail cell, in the Vampire Control Division. But because he's so cooperative with the research, he is allowed things like a cell phone, and he is allowed to go outside every so often and do whatever the fuck he wants. Which is the privileges of working with them, because, can't exactly legally charge you, because technically vampires are not recognized under the law. They are not recognized as anything at all. Like the only way that you can get any sort of identification as a vampire is if you are registered as a human. You can't be registered as a vampire. You're registered as a human with a permanent health condition that is vampirism. Vampirism is treated as a disease lawfully under identification. which is so funny but feels so incredibly realistic as well. Like, you're not a vampire, you're just a diseased human. It's great though. This is Odd Von Creature, or Odd Creature. He is, a vampire that has an incredible, transformation ability. However, he doesn't have very good control over it. He, whenever he gets incredibly turned on, his transformation ability gets a bit out of his control, and he turns into shit like this. But he is like never not horny, so let's move on, because he's not very important. This is Sujigiri Nagiri. I love Sujigiri Nagiri. I've got so much to tell you about Sujigiri Nagiri. However, I will warn you right now, a lot of lore about Sujigiri is either manga exclusive or not, or just things that Benoki has just randomly said without properly publishing anywhere. So this is your spoiler warning. Anyway, let's talk about Sujigiri. Sujigiri Nagiri is a serial slasher who uses his ability to create blades of blood out of his own body. His blood blades can come out of any part of his body at all. However, they always leave behind a scar. He has basically had the ability his entire life. So he's gotten used to the pain, and the scars do have a tendency to heal over really quickly because vampires have a lot of regeneration, but it does hurt him. He went all over Japan slashing people and making a name for himself as a faceless killer. But since he came into Shin Yokohama, he's lost a lot of his fame and has been desperately trying to like stay alive and regain his legendary status. He used to have a spirit effigy. A spirit effigy is in this case is a doll that has his spirit and his heart inside of it to basically negate any physical damage done to him. So what he used to be able to do is he used to be able to not be hurt by anything at all. But since the spirit effigy has since been broken inadvertently and unknowingly by Draluk, he has been a lot more concerned about his safety, and he's been avoiding fights and stuff because now he knows that he can't just tank a hit. If he takes damage, there is a high likelihood that he may also die. So he's become incredibly aware of that and afraid of death. Sujigiri turned into a vampire when he was a young child. He got bitten by a vampire when he was very young, and he ended up losing a lot of his memories after being turned into a vampire. And the only thing that he could really remember about himself was the blood blade ability and how to use it and the urge to hurt people with it. So that is a bit of Tsujigiri Nigiri lore that is like not explicitly slated in the manga, but Monoki has talked about it because Tsujigiri is a dark and heavy character that he doesn't exactly want to get into all of the details of his story in the manga. Like, currently in the manga, Tsujigiri has had a bit of a mental breakdown and gone missing. So we don't know what's going on with him at the moment. We all feel bad for him, and we all hope that he finds happiness. But yeah, the problem with Tsujigiri, one thing I find so interesting about him is that he desperately wants to make a name for himself and be remembered, because Tsujigiri Nigiri is a name that it's not his real name. He doesn't remember his real name, but he desperately wants to be remembered, except his blood blades, whenever he uses them, they fog the memory of anyone who got hurt by them, so they can't remember his face. And Tsujigiri doesn't know about that. And I find that detail cool, but also so incredibly sad. Tsujigiri Nigiri, is he my current crush? No, he is not. We will get into which character I think is attractive in a moment, okay, ZTS? I'm so glad you're here to join us. We'll get into him in the moment. Tsujigiri is a guy that I hope finds happiness in the arms of Shinji. I hope he holds Shinji's hand and Shinji can like be like, "You're so cool, Suzu-san. I care about you a lot." And I hope that Nigiri, like, because in the chapter, he got auto-modded. Fuck, hang on. Hang on, I need to move where my Twitch is so I can actually fucking read that shit, because the way that that my thing is working right now, I need to have everything on a separate Google thing. You got auto-modded away, Jesus. I can't even see it anymore, so there it is. There it is. I see it. Thank you for the happy birthday. Thank you. You gotta stop saying that, because you get auto-modded for saying that every single time you do. Just stop saying that at this point, dude. But anyway, getting back into my Tsujigiri talk, one thing that I find, incredibly cool and interesting about him is that, okay, so in the in chapter 322, I believe, which is the final chapter before Tsujigiri seemed to just disappear, and we haven't gotten an update since. He went to Shinji's house and basically completely unloaded on him and was like, you know, shit's confusing, I'm going to go back to when things were easier and I didn't give a shit about anyone, and I just hurt people and it all made sense. And then Shinji is like, are you really sure you want to do that? and because he cares about him, and then Nagiri fucking runs away from that conversation. Oh, Nagiri, he's such a sad boy. He's so sad, and I hope someone can just wrap a blanket around him and tell him that it's okay. There's so much Tsujigiri lore. There's so much to talk about with him. He's so incredibly interesting. He's so incredibly sad. There's no wonder people love writing about him so much. He, like, one thing with the spirit effigy stuff is that, Tsujigiri himself doesn't know this, but, if you make a spirit effigy and it stays around for long enough, the spirit effigy will eventually adopt everything about the original person and then overtake that person. The original person will perish and the doll will become semi-sentient and basically be a version of the person that is completely that is nothing except the person's will, which is what turned Tsujigiri into a vampire. It wasn't the original vampire itself, it was the doll of the vampire that sought out nothing but violence. And Tsujigiri, who got bitten by that vampire and turned into that vampire, he lost a lot of his memories of who he was as a human, but he ended up gaining a lot of the memories of his sire, which is how he knew how to use his blades, how he knew how to make a spirit effigy, and how he knew any of this stuff. The only reason that he slashes people is because of that internal urge that he adopted from his sire. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. He also has a bit of a thing for John. He loves John a lot. He won't admit that he likes John, but he has somehow convinced himself that John is captured by mean hunters and wants Tsujigiri to save him. And so he thinks about John a lot, and he essentially wants to adopt John. And it's really cute. I don't know how or why he came to that conclusion. I think it might be a way of coping. But it's really cute. He wants John to remember who he is so badly. So badly. So badly. Oh, Tsujigiri. Tsujigiri is so sweet. Oh, he deserves so much happiness. He deserves so much happiness, guys. I want him to hold Shinji's hand. Oh, I want him to have happiness. Anyway, this is Bisatsu. He's a vampire cat. He wants to turn the world into cat lovers. He wants to be praised and stuff. He's a cat. He got adopted by Fugama and is now traumatized by it. He gets absolutely fucking spoiled by Fugama though. He's a cat. He's a cat. This is Marinami and Adam. They are a vampire couple who is incredibly and deeply in love. Vampire is, so Adam is a vampire who, initially ended up getting kind of stalked by Marinami because, Adam was trying to hit on her friend, but Marinami mistook it for him hitting on her, right? and she fell in love with him because, you know, he's attractive. He initially, like, was not into it at all and was, like, really scared of her. But Adam, in his attempt to run away from her, ended up almost getting hit by a truck. And Meremy pushed him out of the way and took the blow for him. And Adam was like, oh my god, why did you do that to me? I was so mean to you. And she was like, no, you weren't mean at all. You didn't call me ugly or anything. And I was so happy. But I'm okay with dying if it's for you. And he falls in love and turns her into a vampire. And now she is one of the most powerful vampires in the entirety of Shin Yokohama. And he thinks that her being really big and really powerful is so hot. Look at him. He loves his strong queen. He's so into it. It's really cute. It's really cute. Their relationship is, later on in the series, is really cute. They just kind of show up sometimes, and he's always there next to her, helping out somehow, or just, you know, admiring her. It's cute. It's cute. It's cute. This is Drouse, the original wife lover. He loves his wife so much. I love you, Drousey. This is Drouse. He is Draluk's father. He can basically use any vampire ability, but he is always second best. I love you, Drouse. Drouse wants to be really cool, and he wants to be, like, a powerful and serious vampire, but he is also a lame dad. He cannot keep up with trends. He doesn't really understand technology. He is terrified of he is terrified by store clerks. He is terrified of people who work in customer service. He thinks they're very terrifying. And it's very cute. It's very cute. But he adores his family. He spoils Draluk rotten despite the fact that Draluk is 200 years old. He treats Draluk like he is still 8 and can't do fucking anything by himself. He thinks his son is the cutest guy in the entire world and can't possibly comprehend that anyone would think poorly of his son. He can't possibly comprehend that anyone would think poorly of anyone that he cares about. He's very overprotective, and he gets so incredibly worried about everything all the time. He's just the lame dad archetype, and I love the lame dad archetype. He's so nice. He tries so hard, man. He tries so hard. He tries so hard all the time, and yet shenanigans ensues. He wants to just be a cool vampire again. He wants to do cool vampire things and talk about cool vampire things, and for people to, like, say that he's cool and stuff. And he loves his wife. He loves his wife so much. His wife works as a lawyer, so she's, like, out of the house a lot. And to the point where he has a picture of her on his coffin lid and kisses it goodnight. He is Romanian and his wife is Japanese, so Draluk is mixed heritage. Oh, he's so lame. He's so lame. That's the only thing I can say about him. He's so lame and I love him so much. I want to kiss him. Kisses his little forehead. I love you, Drouse. You deserve everything, Drouse. This is the progenitor, also known as Draluk's grandfather, the head of the Dragon Clan. He is simply referred to as D and heavily implied to straight up be Dracula. He isn't the kind of person who talks a lot. He is very tall and a very powerful vampire, but he's incredibly fun-loving. He enjoys just doing anything he thinks is fun, except he doesn't seem to take into account that he is more physically powerful and physically capable than anyone else. So everything he does is a little bit dangerous. Like he'll spontaneously go to the Amazon just for a day trip. He'll he thinks hiking up a volcano is fun. He, not just any volcano, an active volcano. He'll do a triathlon across the entire country. He does absolutely anything he can. Just think of any activity and just crank that up to 1,000, and that's what he does. He is essentially a super powerful 5-year-old when he wants to be. But he doesn't talk that much. But he's a very nice guy anyway. He loves involving himself. He loves meeting people, and he loves like being around other people. He likes hanging out with humans and vampires alike. And we love him. He too has a yaoi ship. Drouse, in fact, has a yaoi ship. Everyone gets a yaoi ship in this franchise. But yeah, he's just a sweetheart. He's a sweetheart. Everyone, so many people in this show are a sweetheart. You know who isn't, though? So, this is Widen OG-san. His name in English is Mr. Lewd Talk. He is an incredibly powerful hypnotist. He, however, does not have... He basically has no other vampire abilities outside of hypnotism, though. But he is one of, if not the best hypnotist in the entirety of the series. He can do absolutely anything he wants with his hypnotism, but the only thing he seems to do with it is force other people to expose their kinks and fantasies. Because he finds it very, very entertaining when someone becomes incredibly embarrassed when they suddenly reveal their fetish. Yeah, I guess you could say that's his kink. That's my favorite. That's like one of the first lines he ever says, and I fucking love it. He has a character song that is called Limelight Winery. Right. And in Limelight Winery, because Widen is canonically one of, if not the best singer in the entire franchise. He has an incredible singing voice, but he doesn't sing anything outside of sexual songs because he thinks it's funny. And you know, he's just a pervert. But in that song, it is a smooth lounge jazz sort of song. In that song, it's basically like he compares blood to wine and like those sorts of things, and in that song there are several instances that are just straight up ASMR, just straight up, just him talking really attractively in my ear, saying things to me about how you should just let go of your shame and reveal yourself, and that, and I think he's the hottest character in this entire series. I find him so deeply attractive. He's so hot. I have a thing for hypnosis, and he wears a suit. He wears a lame ass yellow suit, but I want it, and I love it, and I'd cosplay him, and he's an old man. He doesn't care about anything except doing things that he thinks are entertaining. He's quote unquote friends with Drouse, and he and Drouse have a really complicated relationship because he was like, Drouse clearly cares about him to some degree, right? Drouse clearly cares about him to some degree. Because he constantly invites Wydan to, like, gatherings and events. But Wydan always refuses, and he's always a little sad about that. But Drouse will straight up admit that, God man, you're so annoying. Can you just go 5 fucking minutes without hypnotizing someone? God fucking please. Look. I don't want him to be attractive, okay? I'll be the first to say I don't want to think he's attractive, but he is. He's got some really attractive pieces of art, official art of him. And you know, he's got hypnosis going for him. He can canonically melt and destroy the human psyche, and he just chooses not to. He just doesn't do it because he doesn't think that'd be fun. Look at his tongue! Look at his tongue! What the fuck kind of tongue is that? He's had multiple names over the years, what we call coffin names, which is what most vampires in the series have. Which is a name that is not their real name, but there's the name that they go by. So Wydan Oji-san is his current coffin name, but he's also gone by Udis and Yorma, basically anything that starts with a Y. Drouse and Northern call him Yellow Bastard, or just Y. There is not enough variety of the fanfiction of him. I'll just say that right now. It's mostly him and Northden, and like, that's fine. But give me more, please. Better. And he's pretty. And I have him, Drouse, and Northden as my phone background. They're the old blood trio, and I love them. And the yellow one, yeah, he's just the yellow one. The yellow bastard. He likes knitting, and he is strangely insightful about a lot of things. He's really old. He's been around for a very long time. He has no confirmed age. I like to think he is around Rouse's age or older, which is around 500 years. It is said that he has he had a rough childhood, but we don't know any of the details because he never talks about it. You know, why would he? He's not here to info dump on you. He's here to play the gentleman role until he can find the opening to when it would be the most fun for you to force the kinks out of you. Look. if I ever become a paid channel, you know damn fucking well YBeam is becoming a redeem. Because I think that'd be fun. And I like having references. I do that. That's something I do. That's what I've been thinking about. Essentially, this man has destroyed my brain in many capacities, and we don't need to talk about that. He likes knitting, though. He likes knitting. He likes knitting. And he cares about younger vampires. He's weirdly insightful. Like, there's one of the Sujigiri chapters. Sujigiri is, like, having his crisis and whatever. He's going to see Shinji. And Waidan comes up to him on the street, right? And starts talking to him. Like, Sujigiri is, like, not caring about the conversation at all. Like, they don't really know each other. They don't hang out. They don't talk. But Waidan correctly identifies the problem plaguing Sujigiri. He correctly identifies that he's having a bit of a identity crisis, and he wants things that he didn't realize he would ever want. And so he talks to him about that for a little while until Sujigiri basically fucks off, and Waidan's like, you know what, sure, why not? You go off and have your mental breakdown somewhere else. I'm gonna go have some fun elsewhere. But he shows up for like a couple lines, and literally all he talks about is correctly identifying what is going on in Sujigiri's head. But the fact that he can do that, and the fact that he is so weirdly insightful about a lot of things. He weirdly knows a lot about a lot of vampires with weird and uncomfortable pasts. He is weirdly invested in a lot of the newer vampires in a way that makes you go, why do you give a shit? Like, it is in a now, in like, one of the things that we learn about Waidan through some of the extra material is that him and Drouse have been friends for a long time, and for a while there he was like the perfect friend to Drouse, and then one day like used hypnosis, and he's been a menace ever since. But like, to play the long game that long, that is not the kind of person that he is. And for him to continually show up anyway, for Drouse to give a shit enough about him to not just cut contact with him completely, like, he went through the effort of getting his phone number at some point. And they met long before phones even existed. So there is weird and interesting stuff going on about the kind of person Waidan is around other vampires and around people he cares about and in a private setting. And I find that really interesting, and I enjoy figuring out why that is and the sorts of things that he's like, that he thinks about. I'm interested in his psychology a lot. I'm interested in a lot of the vampire psychology. I like writing about Waidan. I like writing about Drouse. I think Sujigiri is so interesting, and I want us to learn more about him. But anyway, that's my Waidan rant. This is Handa's mother. This is Akame. It's Handa's mother. She's a huge fan of the Ronaldo Chronicles. She's she's a vampire, but she's only 50 years old. So she's like super young for a vampire. She loves her family a lot. She goes to the same knitting class as Waidan. She's like a really nice lady. She just cares a whole lot, and like the way she turns out makes you wonder how the fuck Hunter turned out the way he did. Like, she's such a nice lady who cares about the people around her. She loves, she can't stand people who hurt animals and stuff like that. And she writes Ronaldo a lot of fan letters, like just so many. You know, and with how much Hunter loves her, it makes you wonder how he turned out the way that he did. Anyway, this is Hiyoshi Kinoshita. This is Ronaldo's older brother. So Ronaldo's name is Haido Kinoshita. He is the captain of the Vampire Control Division, and he used to be a hunter until he got bitten in the arm during a badger scam. and had to retire because of the injury. But he was too embarrassed to tell Ronaldo that, so he never told him why he retired. Because Hiyoshi became a vampire hunter because he wanted to be popular with women and fuck bitches, basically. And he did. But you know, he didn't ever tell Ronaldo that. He has a baby face, and he hates that he has a baby face, which is why he wears a fake mustache that has a tendency to fall off. Like, he has such a baby face that in one of the chapters he is forced to go undercover dressed up as a girl because he is the only person who is allowed to go to the establishment and looks the most like a girl. Everyone else was just too manly, so it was him, and he hated it. He has a tendency to make up elaborate lies that fucking only an idiot would believe to hide his shame. Unfortunately, Ronaldo is enough of an idiot to believe it. So Ronaldo believes every word that he says, no matter how stupid it is. Because Ronaldo basically turns into a child when his brother is in the room. But yeah, he used to be a hunter and then retired and joined the VRC and the VCD, and he's been there ever since. He's pretty good at his job. He's people like him at his work. He doesn't exactly no one at his job knows who he is. They don't know that he and Ronaldo are related, and I think he'd like it to stay that way because of the things Ronaldo will say about him in his blind admiration. But he loves his brother. He loves him a lot, and with the scenes that we see of him, it is implied that he was one of the sole providers for his younger siblings when he was a hunter. So that could also be part of the dynamic going on between them. But Hiyoshi is very interesting, especially in some of the AUs, which AUs we'll get into a lot later. Yakyukin Daisuki! This is Yakyukin. I love you, Yakyukin. This is Yakyukin. He uses hypnosis and barrier abilities and forces people to play strip, rock, or paper, scissors. It is said that his tendency to do this is a reactionary punch in the face to his dark and tragic backstory. Yakukin has two younger brothers who he loves very much and is very protective of. Yakukin has could 100% totally be a functioning member of society and would totally be a vampire hunter if it wasn't for what he is currently doing. But he is such a caring man when he tries to be. His perversion just gets in the way so much. Like, he loses all sense of dignity sometimes, and it's so It's so sad to witness sometimes. But he does care very deeply about rules, and if you break the rules, then he has a punishment for all of them, and he always has. You try and find any kind of fucking loophole in his game, and he will have a rule set up already to cover that loophole. It's great. It's great. It's great. I love him. He's so fun. His real name is Ken. And his barrier magic is like orb shaped, and a spherical barrier is like the hardest one to pull off. He is regarded as a child prodigy. Barrier magic and hypnosis being two of the hardest vampire abilities to get really good at, and he is really good at both of them, so he is really fucking powerful. The thing that he wears is like a big pink yukata with like rock paper scissors symbols all over it. He's lovely. He's lovely. He's like all completely bald now. And he's been alive since the 1800s, I believe. But he's still younger than Draluk. He was part of the now disbanded Hypnotist clan. His mother was not a good person, and I will get into her more when I introduce you to his brothers, because we love his brothers a lot. If you remember Koyuki from the Hunters Guild, the two of them have met before, and they have this really weird sort of friendship going on between them. Koyuki thinks that Yakyukin reminds her of her dad, so she likes him a lot because of that. And he like, I think there's like a sense of protectiveness that he feels towards her, despite the fact that he did try playing Yakyukin with her at least once. Probably done it multiple times, in fact. Like, there was one of the Christmas episodes where he tries so desperately to not get beat up by her dad by talking to her. They could be such good friends, though. They could be such good friends, and he's so sweet, and he's really good at giving massages, and he hates talking about his past. He has a sort of kind of friendship with Wydan. Wydan seems to know about his past, and he seems invested in his family and stuff, which might be because Wydan has some connection to the Hypnotist clan, but we don't know it all. Thank you. I know, my overlay is amazing. Thank you. I'm so glad you all like my overlay. What was I saying about Yakyukin? I was going to say something about him. So Yakyukin can only use his barrier magic when he's serious about things. And he originally used his barrier magic most to protect his younger siblings. He is a very protective older brother. He is 15 years younger. He is 15 years older than the middle child, and I think it was about 30 or so, 30 or less years older than his youngest. And he basically raised his youngest brother because fuck their mother's a bitch. Their mother's a fucking bitch. But yeah, he's a traumatized old man who was just doing his best to get by at this point in his life. He occasionally does part-time work, and he has lunch with his brothers all the time, and he goes to a laundromat and is a normal human being occasionally, but yeah, I love him. This is Etiquette Breacher. He's a vampire who can summon ghouls and likes doing things like littering and ignoring people when they ask him to do something. Because he thinks he believes that a vampire should not have to adhere to human rules of society. Satetsu threatened him when he first appeared, so now he kind of just hangs out around some of the hunters sometimes. He says he and Satetsu like hang out a lot, and Satetsu keeps an eye on him, and I'm glad you guys like Etiquette Breacher. I'm glad you guys all like him. Look at you. His grandfather hang out, yes. Satetsu and Etiquette Breacher together make a yaoi ship. That's the yaoi ship for Satetsu. This disrespectful, stupid idiot. Yes, you can have him. There you go. There's a stupid idiot for you. I'm glad. Oh, I didn't think you liked him this much. I'm glad you do. He just likes being a menace. This is Micro Bikini. I love Micro Bikini. Look at him. Micro Bikini is Ken's younger brother and the middle child. His real name is Michaela. He also has the ability to hypnotize people, but his hypnosis is spread through biting people and turning them into what are essentially slaves and followers who also wear micro bikinis. I cannot show you a full body image of him because he is wearing, so like imagine a man dressed in a suit, but the shirt and pants are replaced with a micro bikini. That's what he wears. Shoes, socks and all. He's powerful in hypnosis in the sort of way that he can control large crowds at once. Hi Mizu. He can control large crowds at once, but he is weak and pathetic and easily embarrassed. He might be good at singing if he tried hard, but if you hand him a microphone, he is in tears. He doesn't want to perform in public, despite the way that he walks around, even in winter. He runs a quote-unquote host club of sorts, where basically all the employees are just people who he's hypnotized, and he makes all of his money by hypnotizing people and making them give him money, because he believes it is his right as a vampire to be revered in that sort of way. That's what he believes. He is the one that, out of all of his siblings, he inherited his mother's looks the most. He bears a really odd, striking resemblance to his mother, and that is partly the reason why he wears a mask. We don't know if he thinks it's a good thing, considering that he somewhat adopted the ideals of his mother, because his mother was like very hostile towards humans, and that is partly why she had her children. It is heavily implied that they are a product of eugenics. It is implied that they are eugenics babies because all three of them were dumpiers that almost immediately got turned into humans, and there are rumors that a dumpier that turns into a vampire, is more powerful than a regular vampire. They're all traumatized, and it's also why Yakukin himself wears a mask. He wears a mask because Michaela wears a mask, so they all wear masks so that Michaela doesn't have to be alone in it. And it's cute, and they love each other, and Yakukin takes care of his siblings, and he loves them all so much. Everyone in this franchise just loves their family. They're all just real cute about it. They're all just so cute about it. Micro Bikini is known among teenage girls around Shin-Yoko for his incredible ass. That's something that we all felt was important enough to point out, is that he has an incredible ass. He's got incredible abs. He like moisturizes his skin. But he's just absolutely pathetic. He is physically weak and physically incapable. The only thing he can do is hypnotize other people and make them do his bidding. He can't fucking protect himself. Look at him, look at his face. He can't fucking do anything, and I love him for it. I love how pathetic he is. Anyway, this is Arena. She is a spider who turned into a vampire who can take on a human form. She has a connection with Hunter's mom, Akemi, because Akemi used to take care of her when she was single, and then Akemi met her husband and left to get married. And so now she has a bit of a grudge against that, and targets female victims and drinks their blood, and is willing to kill humans, and is just as dangerous as Nagiri, and wishes to fight Nagiri one day. She doesn't appear that much. She turns up like a couple times, I think. But she's attractive. And she's possibly a lesbian. But that's basically all you need to know about her, is that she's a spider. This is Transparent Lower Body, the youngest brother of Bikini and Yakukin. His real name is Toru, or possibly Thor, we're not entirely sure. He can turn his lower half invisible. He hasn't entirely been able to turn the entirety of himself invisible yet. But he does hope to achieve that one day. His invisibility is not his ability. What he does is he is able to hypnotize the people around him to perceive him as invisible. So he's not really invisible, you just think he is. He dressed up as a ghost and pretended to be a ghost in this old abandoned hospital. Then it turned out there was actually a ghost in the hospital, and it was a ghost that is an amalgamation of a whole bunch of dead children. He has since adopted this ghost. That is his child now. He and his brothers take care of the ghost. And they're all big one happy family now. So he is a ghost child now. He's a father. He, unlike his brothers, he doesn't actually go out of his way to do anything. Like, Yaku-kun will go out of his way to play strip rock paper scissors. Micro Bikini will go out of his way to hypnotize people. Toru, on the other hand, will just sit back and be like, you know what, this is hilarious. I'm gonna embarrass you on the internet. He's so much younger than his brothers, so he's like a lot more like tech literate. He's 18 years younger than Michaela. So he was born in like the I think early 1900s, so like he's a more modern vampire. And knew the least about their mother, because their mother died. Their mother's dead. She died of from quote-unquote internal torment. She was known as the biggest idiot of all because she was just angry at the world all the time, and she despised humans and believed in vampire superiority. And it seems that Michaela kind of internalized some of those teachings. She's not nearly as bad as his mother was, but based on the things that he does, it does seem like he kind of, he hasn't really broken away from the clan's old mentality like his brothers have. I personally think, it has something to do with him looking so much like his mother that she kind of projected onto him, and then him not being nearly as powerful as Ken was kind of like a point of abuse on her part. And so he, like, has some insecurity issues. But that's my own headcanon, and there's nothing confirmed. That's just what I think is going on with him, because Bonoki doesn't talk about any of that, because this is a gag manga, and he wants things to stay happy and doesn't want to, like, really delve into the seriousness of the other characters in their past. Which is why a lot of the details about Yakukin's life and Nigiri's life are not stated within the manga and are instead just random fun facts that Bonoki throws out into the world. But moving on, this is Mikazuki. He is a Dhampir vampire hunter from Tokyo. He takes his job incredibly seriously. If you have noticed anything about the vampires that we have met so far, Shin Yoko is like very vampire heavy. However, they get all the weirdo vampires. A lot of the vampires that hang out in Shin Yokohama are all fucking perverts. And Mikazuki is just not used to that. That's just not really a thing in a lot of the other cities. So, Mikazuki is like not at all like familiar with all of this shit, so he got very overwhelmed the first time that he had to deal with any of that. And every time he goes to Shin Yokohama, he ends up leaving by the end of the night because he's like, you know what, fuck this town. I don't want to have to deal with this shit. He became a hunter because he really admires Ronaldo and the Ronaldo Chronicles, and he wanted to initially become like Ronaldo's apprentice. And then he figured out, he saw the kind of place Shin Yoko was and was like, nah, no, just no. I think I won't actually. I think actually maybe I don't want to do that. Because, you know, what a shit place to be, you know? Like, you get stripped naked every other day for one reason or another. There is like literally you got to expect fucking everything. You need to expect everything. You gotta contribute so much. Anyway, fuck you, Mikazuki. Sorry, I was reading his wiki just now, just to see if there was anything else that I forgot to talk about. And his so in Mikazuki's debut, right, the debut episode that he's in, he faces off against how do time zones work in the 20th? Is it the 20th in Oz? Yes, it is. Right now, it is the 20th of October for me. It is 11:30 in the morning. So tomorrow is when we're doing the watch party, and I have a thing at the end, of that. Thank you, Pug. Thank you for the happy birthday messages. But yes, in Mikazuki's first introduction, he faces off against Yakukin and Micro Bikini at the same time. Yakukin ends up forcing him to strip, and Micro Bikini forces him into a Micro Bikini. And then Toru takes his picture and posts it online. And that picture ended up driving his fan base down 10%. And then eventually, and then I guess they felt bad about that. So they helped with a bit of publicity to drive his fan base back up. He's like if a normal person, if like what Mikazuki kind of is if a character from a far more serious vampire show got thrown into the world of Kyushu. So that's kind of what he's like. This is Zanzu. She's another editor from Autumn Shoten, and she is Figuma's junior. She is a huge fan of the Ronaldo Chronicles, and she desperately wants to become Ronaldo's primary editor. But Ronaldo values Figuma way too much, and so she never actually ends up succeeding. She has a tendency to, whenever she comes face to face with Ronaldo, she gets really incredibly embarrassed, and so she ends up fumbling her words a lot, and it always turns out something accidentally sexual. It ends up sounding sexual because she gives zero context for anything she's asking. She, you know, she most definitely has a crush on the guy. Most definitely has a crush on the guy. And yeah, she fights with a ginormous throwing star. Like, you can kind of see it on the edge of this image. It's like fucking massive. But yeah, she helps with some of the editorial things, but she is like she doesn't have any like primary things that she takes care of, even though she wishes she did. Her family is like a whole bunch of ninjas, which is partly why she's like she fights with the giant throwing star. But yeah, I think you've noticed by now that a lot of the characters, unless they have like lore, they have their like single note to them, and that's kind of what they show up to do. And like that's kind of what I find so fun and charming about it. I like it. I like how simple some of the characters are, and I like just having fun with everyone. You know. Like I think there are characters that I definitely like prefer not hanging out with, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't honestly say that I hate anyone. They all have fun moments. They're all entertaining in their own way, and I love them all. I just love this franchise so much. This is Kai Kentaro. People fucking love this guy. People love this guy. He is a member of the Vampire Control Division. He used to be a police officer until he got attacked by Sujigiri Nigiri. And then he became so incredibly obsessed with finding the guy and defeating him. He does not do anything else other than hunt for Sujigiri Nigiri. He could be really good at his job, except that he literally doesn't give a shit about anything except for the one thing he's here to do. Literally, he got attacked as a police officer, was like, no, fuck that Nigiri guy, I'm gonna kill him myself, and then applied to become a Vampire Control member. And that's how fucking passionate about it he is. He's like, he's loud, he's very brash, he's kind of an idiot. If you were watching my Apollo Justice playthrough, he's kind of got the similar like archetype personality that Fulbright does. But you know, I don't care about this guy nearly as much as I care about Fulbright. Kentaro's fine. Kantaro's fine, but Shinji, that's my Nigiri ship. Fucking Kangiri, we're not here for fucking Kangiri, despite it being the second most popular ship in the entire fandom. I don't want Kangiri, I want Shingiri, and that is what I deserve. And they both need happiness. I want quiet, I want gentle, I want them to hold hands and eat rice balls. Anyway, Kentaro's whole thing is that he met this guy on the street one day, and now he drags him around looking for Sujigiri Nigiri, without knowing that the guy he's dragging around is Sujigiri Nigiri. Nigiri wants to kill him really badly, but every time he gets a chance to, something gets in his way, meaning that he can't do it for some reason. They have an interesting relationship. Nigiri has a weird, like, I need to read more of the way that they interact later in the franchise, to like see what their kind of friendship sort of is. But one of the things that I find interesting about Nigiri is the way that he ends up caring about people without allowing himself to realize that that's what's going on. Nigiri should have happiness. He deserves connection and hope and love. And like, someone should just hold his hand, tell him that it's okay, give him a kiss on the forehead, tell him that, you know, you can come inside and like not be homeless and have a shower every once in a while. Anyway, yeah, people love Kentaro a lot. People love him a lot. I usually like the kind of, like, his archetype of character, but Kentaro just did not capture my interest as much as those other characters did. So, you know, I should see if I can find, if I should find more of his interactions and see what else, if he has anything else going for him. This is Mira. This is Mira. This is Mira. This is Mira. This is Draluk's mother. The wife that Draus loves so much. She's a powerful vampire who has the ability to interfere with other vampires' abilities, such as forcing a vampire with the ability to transform to basically activate it, right? So like in her debut, she uses Draluk's ability to transform to force him into his into a child body. She works as a lawyer and travels around the globe to deal with human vampire relations. She's a very soft-spoken and a very tender woman. She's very capable and very strong, and Draus's girl boss of a wife. She can't cook for shit, but Draus still compliments her whenever she does. Because of Draus's accent, he had a hard time pronouncing her real name, which is Mia. So she adopted the name Mira because that's how he pronounces her name. So that's just her name now. She did it for his husband, and they love each other so much. They're so deeply, deeply in love, and so one of the things that Draus likes transforming into is a dog, right? He likes transforming into a dog or a wolf. Mira sometimes forces him to transform into a dog. And that's just a thing that they like doing sometimes. What do they do once he's transformed into a dog? We don't know. We don't know why they do it or why it's a frequent thing that they do. But that's a thing that they do together. And I'm sure it's a very normal thing that they do together, and I'm sure it's nothing more than her calling him a good boy and giving him all the pats that he wants. Fetch enthusiasts, exactly. They just like playing fetch all the time. This is Northden. This is a dear friend of Draus, and he also mentored Draluk when he was a teenager. Yes, hi mother. Hi mother. Yes. Very busy, I'm giving a presentation. Would you like to go to the shop later on? I can do that later, yeah. What do you need? Just... No? Okay. Guess I'm going to the shops later. Oh, it looks like what I saw from the window, the weather looks bad, jeez. Anyway, this is Northden. Say hi to Northden. A canonically attractive man with way more riz than half the characters in this entire franchise. Because that's his whole character. That's his main ability, is that he's got riz. So he, yeah, he mentored Draluk when he was a teenager, and Draluk fucking hates him for it. Because Northden was such a hard ass on him. Because, you know, Draus already did the work of, spoiling him. So Northden had to come in and give Draluk some of that tough love. Because, you know, you know, you can't spoil the guy forever. Sure, you're 14 now, but you can't expect everything to be done for you all the time, Draluk. So Northern and Draluk kind of have like a sort of bitterness between the two of them, but Northden genuinely cares about him in the way that an uncle or a godfather would. He has ice powers. And he uses those ice powers in things like when he gets when he feels a certain emotion incredibly hard, then like a blizzard will form, like especially when he's angry. He also has hypnotic abilities, but he mostly uses a subset of hypnosis that's called charm, which is essentially making the target more agreeable to you. So basically what he does is he says something that will make a person feel a certain emotion. Usually what he does is he tries to flatter and seduce women. He looks like that one guy from Seven Deadly Sins. I've never seen it, but I choose to believe you. But yeah, so he uses his ability to try and like flatter and seduce women, to basically make them willing to being bitten and having their blood drunk. He can use his ability on men, he just doesn't want to, because he's a fucking womanizer, and he has a deep and personal hatred of Wydan. He thinks Wydan is the most annoying prick in the entire world, and hopes that one day Drouse leaves him in the dust and never talks to him again. I think, you know, it's possible that he fucking hates Wydan because Wydan and him have a lot of similarities in the way that they deal with other people. He also has the ability to use telekinesis, so he can like lift small objects and throw them at people, and he also uses that to make himself fly because he can't transform. Actually, he might be able to transform, but I don't think he's ever done it. He just uses his telekinesis instead. But instead of like lifting up his entire body, he has a tendency to focus his telekinesis on his ass so that he can float while appearing to be sitting down, because he's pretentious like that. He's the kind of person to like care about you, but not really tell you that he gives a shit about you. He'll like, if you mention that you want to get into something, he will research that thing to death just so that he can be good enough to teach you about that thing. That's the kind of guy that he is. And he is the reason that Draluk hates making scones. Because Northden is like very particular about scones, and he forced Draluk to make them and remake them until Draluk could get as perfect as fucking possible about them. And that is why Draluk fucking hates them, because they remind him of Northden, and he fucking hates Northden. He'll do anything in his fucking power to defeat Northden. He wants to punch that guy in the fucking face. Draluk is not nearly as powerful as Northden is, but if he can, he'll fucking kick him in the fucking dick, I swear. He's so nitpicky, and he's like so easily annoyed. I love... Okay, so here's the thing. Northern, Wydan, and Drouse create the Old Blood Trio. And that Old Blood Trio is a triangle of Old Man Yowie ships that you can pick between. You can go all 3 of them at once. You can go 2. You can go 2. Those 2, those 2, or those 2. You can really do anything you want with them, and they all have all different sorts of dynamics with them. They're very popular in the Old Man Yowie crowd, of course, because Wydan is a fan favorite in the Japanese fandom. For example, Drouse is the person who turned Northden into a vampire. Northden used to be a human, and he has a very dark past that he doesn't like talking about. The Womanizer would have the Yaoi fandom, of course he does, yeah. He because you know the Yaoi enjoyers, they enjoy making people who hate each other kiss. And honestly, with the way that Wydan and Drouse talk to each other, would not be surprised if they kissed at some point in their lives. But before Drouse met his wife, wouldn't be surprised at that at all. Yeah, Northern's just so fucking lame. Oh, Northern loves cats. Northern also loves cats. He has a pet cat that he doesn't allow out of his house. He has a little framed drawing that Draluk did of him when he was a child, and he keeps it framed on the wall behind a curtain so that no one can see it, but he knows that it's there. And there is this one tomboy cat that bears a striking resemblance to Northden. That shows up sometimes in this franchise that is not confirmed to be Northden, but with the way that it looks, we're convinced that it's Northden. Northden's so... Oh my god, the older vampires are also in... So many of the vampires are so interesting. They all have so much lore about them. Anyway, there are loads more characters that I did not put into this slideshow at all. Like this guy. This is Kurabara. He is another editor for Autumn Books. I like calling him Kookaburra. I default to calling him Kookaburra, in fact. Not for any character reason at all, purely because I saw his name, saw the way he looked, and was like a Kookaburra. And so now I default to that, and there's no turning back. I love him. I love Kurabara so much. He's a manga-only character. And, like, there is fuck all about him, like, anywhere at all. Like, that is how, like, little people talk about him, is, like, there's, like, no information about him online. But I love him so much. He's Shinji's editor, and he's cool like that. He's cool like that. He uses like this big old spear thing that he uses. He's a licensed ninja. He used to be an assassin before joining Autumn Shoten. and he cares so much. And look, he's everything that that Kantaro's archetype should be. This is the guy that if I had to, this is the guy that I'd pick if I want to hang out with anyone. Kuwabara is such a good. He cares so much about the guys that work under him. He's so nice. He's got this weird ass accent. He gives everyone nicknames. He's so cute. And he collects goggles and he likes barbecuing. Oh, God. He's such a good guy. He's just such a good guy. And see, this here. This is Shinji. This is my little guy. This is my favorite character in the franchise, and I love him so much. He's the cutest guy in the entire world, and I have cried for 2 hours straight because of how cute I find this guy. Not because, not even sadness, just, oh my God, he's so cute. Now I'm crying. He takes good care of Shinji. He's like, oh, Shinji, you can't just eat yogurt all the time. You have to have real food. Come on, come on. You finished your manga. Let's go out. Let's have some lunch. Look, you're doing a great job. Okay, I'll buy you lunch. It'll be great. Shinji is a Dampier, is a very weak, physically weak Dampier who writes a manga that is published by Autumn Shoten. He can't his Dampier abilities are just so weak. And he's such a sweet guy. Like he loves writing his manga. And whenever he can't think of what to write or what to draw, he has this mental checklist that he does, where he does he either does weird shit, he either goes for a walk, or he goes through his materials. So he's kind of a weirdo. But he's so sweet. He downs supplements and energy drinks and blood pills like they're fucking water just to keep himself going sometimes. And Kuwabara is so concerned for his health. This is why Kuwabara and Shinji are another one of the yaoi ships. I don't mind it at all. I think it's sweet. I love you, Kuwabara. Whoa. So Shinji and Tsujigiri have a bit of a connection with each other because one day when it was raining, Tsujigiri ended up on Shinji's doorstep somehow, and Shinji mistook him for someone who works at at Autumn. And ever since, Shinji has kind of shown up at his house whenever it rains and helped him with some of his manga, because it turns out that Tsujigiri is really good at inking, because he has such good precision with his blood blades, and they have such a lovely relationship, and Shinji cares about him so much. One of the characters one of the characters in Shinji's manga are heavily based on Sujigiri, both the Sujigiri that Shinji knows and in real life, and the Sujigiri that is written about in like tabloids and stuff. And he says that he's not sure why he mixed the two together, but for some reason but for some reason the man that he knows from just seemed right to mix with Sujigiri. I think based on the look that Shinji gives him when Nigiri comes to him with his little mental breakdown, based on the look that he gives him and based on the things that he says, I think that Shinji has figured out that he's Sujigiri. And I think that he might not care either way, because he's such a big fan of Sujigiri. And earlier in the same chapter, when he was reading about Sujigiri, he was talking about how he's so interested in him and how he wonders what he was thinking about when he was slashing people, because Sujigiri's all of the detailed reports, none of them are from civilians. They're all from hunters and Vampire Control Division. So he doesn't think Sujigiri is as bad of a person as people make him out to be. And I think that's so sweet. And I think that Sujigiri deserves that and deserves that connection. I want Sujigiri to like be able to embrace all that, and I hope that he gets happiness, and I will perish if we do not get a continuation of his story. I will perish, I will die. My heart is stuck in chapter 322. Oh. Anyway, this guy right here. No, this guy right here. We're talking about you now. This is Honda's dad. That's Honda's dad. His name is Akira. That's Akira. He's like he's like a good guy. He's a human. He's a businessman. He's just got an incredibly intimidating face and aura to the point where everyone is terrified of him. Waidan is so fucking scared of him. Waidan is also scared of D. He's terrified of the progenitor. Waidan is just a coward bastard. The author loves dads like no one else. You can notice, you can actually figure out a lot of things about Benoki based on the things, like how a good majority of characters in this franchise have some variety of mommy kink. It makes you go, huh, Benoki, are you into strong women too? Because that seems to be the trend here. There's oh, I love all of you. Akira Honda, his whole thing is that he means well, and that he wants like to connections and to like and like he tries really hard and stuff, but everyone is just absolutely fucking terrified of him, and he's pretty oblivious to that. This guy here, this is Ventru. He's a vampire with who like transforms into a giant bird and can fly really, really fucking fast. He's one of Drouse's friends and a member of the Old Bloods, which is a fun little group that Drouse put together of a bunch of older vampires so they can all hang out and talk about vampire things and go to amusement parks together and, you know, be friends and stuff. And Norton begs him every single fucking day to kick Wydan out of the group chat, and Drouse never does. But Ventrue is, he's a very proud vampire until he got, his sock stolen by, this lady, Takoko. And vampires are so incredibly, protective of their clothing items. Those sorts of things mean yes. So, a vampire's clothing is means a lot to them, and especially their socks. So if you take away a vampire's sock, they're fucking destroyed on the inside. They can't fucking handle that shit. So she holds his sock hostage, and so he basically has become her male wife. He's her male wife. He says that he only does it so that he may one day steal his sock back and leave her forever. But he cares about her. He cares about her. He's protective of her. He saves her from almost dying a lot. She wears his sock so that he'll basically never find it. So they have a really complicated relationship, but I think it's, you know what, I kind of like it. I'm kind of into it. I'm kind of into their relationship. This is Ishikana. They are canonically non-binary. They are canonically bisexual, and they are another member of the Old Bloods. They have the ability to create and control fire, as well as control tapioca. They have a little cafe, and they serve bubble tea, and you know, they're really nice. They're a really nice person. They're like the least idiotic out of all of the other Old Bloods. Like, they're just a good guy. They're just a good guy. So we love a canon non-binary. We love a canon non-binary. This is Kazuza. This is, I believe Kazuza is Hinaichi's brother, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check my notes. My notes. Yes. She is the older brother of Hinaichi. He is the general manager of the Kanagawa vampire control division. He's like very tall, very well built. He's got a ponytail. He's a lightweight drinker. He's the reason Hinaichi is fucking terrified of penguins. He's only 5 years. He's only a few years older than her. And she's the reason he's the reason that he or she is currently a VRC member, and he's also the reason that Hinaichi is supposed to monitor Draluk, despite the fact that Draluk is a complete and utter weakling. It's mostly to like keep tabs on his way more powerful family. He is absolutely obsessed with gacha games. He loves gacha games so much. That's like his defining character trait, is how much he likes playing gacha. He loves his gacha games and his waifus, and he has absolute shit luck with gacha, so he forces Hiyoshi to roll gacha for him because Hiyoshi has really good luck. He's into gacha. That's his thing. That's his thing. His thing's gacha. This is Arminus Van Helsing. He was a vampire hunter in the early days of it. Like, he was alive during the 1800s, sort of old days. He was friends with the progenitor. He initially tried killing the guy, but he just kind of revived himself a lot despite having his head cut off. So, it didn't work. So, Arminus is regarded as the person who helped relieve the tensions between humans and vampires that were going on at the time. At the current point in canon, however, he is very much dead. He's a ghost inhabiting a child's toy, I believe it was. So, you know, occasionally hijinks ensue of the ghost kind. This guy, he technically does not have a canonical name. However, we in the fandom usually just call him Clergy or Bob. He was also alive in the like in like the sort of 1800 sort of era, when Draluk was a teenager. He was a member of the church and was sent to exterminate Northden and Draluk. But when he saw that Draluk was just a child, and that a rather innocent child, he started questioning his faith and the church and whether or not it was really right to exterminate all vampires, if they were really just demons and stuff like that. So he kind of had a bit of a existential crisis for a lot of his life, until one day he got attacked by wolves, I believe it was, and Northden saved him by turning him into a vampire. The turning went wrong, and Northden ended up freezing his body until he could be safely woken up at a much better time in history, until Clergy's body somehow ends up in Shin-Yoko, and that's where he wakes up. And he ends up getting a job at a cat cafe, and there's this one cat that shows up that looks an awful lot like Northden, that likes him and no other cats, and refuses to let him hang out with any of the other cats when he's there. So, you know, probably Northden, because, you know, that's the guy that he turned into a vampire, and he was, and Northden was, like, so reserved about that. He'd never turned anyone into a vampire before then, and he hasn't done it since because of how that turning went so wrong. So it makes sense that he wants to see how things are going for him now that he's woken up, and how life's going for him now that he's in a cat cafe. Oh, I need to find where exactly his chapters are so I can read them. I want to read them. This is Bubor. The Scantine like him. He's the manager's son at the local convenience store. He's kind of an idiot. He's a bit self-absorbed and just wants to get the attention of women. The one character I could probably do without, but people like him, so. And these two are kind of more side one-off characters. Like, this is Mr. makes a shooting star fall when you think a lewd thought. I shorten his name to Lewd Star. And, you know, he's very self-explanatory. A shooting star falls from the sky when you think a lewd thought in his general vicinity. That's his whole character. That's his whole character. And this little girl is Plan. She was a Dhampir that got turned into a vampire, and she has the ability to turn roses into these hot male servants for herself. So that's basically her whole character. There are lots of like, I've kind of gone over a couple of them while I was talking about some things, but there are lots of like little facts and stuff about like vampires in general. Like, there are lots of there's just a lot of biological things that we've like been told about, such as, for example, all vampires have red eyes and all Dhampirs have golden eyes. Them turning someone into a vampire works the same way as being injected with venom by a snake. And it is a very intentional act. You cannot accidentally turn someone into a vampire. The vampire has to be capable and willing. You can, however, figure out how to adjust your venom to make the turning easier if you have drunk the person's blood before. Though the act of turning itself is not exactly easy. Humans do not become vampires very easily. It depends on how powerful the vampire is, and it depends on how predispositioned to becoming a vampire the human is. So you can't just trip on the stairs and fall teeth first on the top of a guy's neck. No, you have to be ready and willing to turn the person into a vampire if that is what your goal is. You could kill him by doing that though. That sounds painful. But yeah, you have to like actually want to do it for it to actually work. But these days, vampirism, because it's usually a slow process. There are some people who are highly dispositioned to becoming vampires that the transformation process is a lot shorter, but usually the process of vampirism takes a long time for humans, so it can take long enough that you can actually go to a hospital and get treated for vampirism. You can like, there are vampirism vaccines, and some people can like mitigate these sorts of things. However, once you have turned into a vampire, you cannot turn back. If you want to turn a dhampir into a vampire, however, you can. A dhampir will always turn into a vampire if a vampire tries to do that. It is always a 100% success rate. You can like, even if being bitten by a vampire and the venom doesn't turn them into a vampire that first time, long-term exposure to the venom over several decades can turn them into a vampire. So, like, for example, a human may or may not be able to become a vampire by continually drinking vampire venom, for example. There is no current example of humans reverting back into humans. A failed and complete vampirization will result in a human turning into a ghoul. The story of making an anti-vampire vaccine sounds like an interesting story. It probably would be. So if you remember, Yomu Suzaka helped develop that sort of vaccine. Those are developed through the blood of vampires and inferior vampires, and Vampire Control Division and hunters need to get regular vaccination. In vampirization vaccines are not like regular vaccines where you can get them once and then you can get them a couple years later. You need to get them a way more. You need to constantly expose your body to that sort of thing for it to remain effective. However, an inferior vampire cannot turn a human into a full-on vampire. They can get turned into a pseudo vampire, but not a full proper vampire. Pseudo vampirism can be treated completely. And in vampires, there is such thing as called a dominance of blood. So which is like in theory, there is like the more powerful vampire and the less powerful vampire. A vampire who has more powerful blood than another vampire can control the other. A parent and a child, whether that be the person who sired the new vampire or the biological parent-child relationship, the parent will always have a blood dominance over the child, though it is not considered standard for that sort of blood bond to remain between the parent and child. It is considered normal and tradition for the parent to give the child their blood to be able to break the bond and have them be able to stand on their own, because if that blood bond is not broken, then that parent will always have control over that child. Which, you know, can make... If you've ever played any serious vampire game, you can imagine the kind of sketchy shit that sort of thing could turn into. Like, the only reason a parent vampire would not do that for their child vampire is if they want that control over them, and you have to be a fucking bastard to do that. But yeah, it's customary for it to be for there to be a bond breaking ritual, and it is customary for a human who got turned into a vampire for their first drink of blood to be from their sire. In terms of familiars, a familiar can be anything, but they are most usually an animal of some kind. Draluk and John are master and familiar. Master and familiar always have a familial contract that basically states the terms of their of their bond, the sorts of things, what the familiar's role is to the master, and how the contract can end. There are different levels of familiar for this. The familiar can remain as their own separate person and identity, and it goes from there up the scale until the familiar is nothing but an extension of the master. In the terms of Draluk and John, their contract is that they are best friends for life, and they are not allowed to break this contract, and they are not allowed to stop being friends. That is their familiar contract. That is basically all that they are. Drouse has these two pet mice that are his familiars called Mr. and Mrs. Squeak. We don't actually know what the bounds of their contract is, but his mice can turn into a swarm of mice to protect him and basically eat anything, but they've never had to do that before. The progenitor has these two has these two armadillo familiars that can transform into androgynous looking humans that are basically like butlers for him, but like they never really show up at all. Familiars. The familiars will remain alive as long as their contract with their master is in play. If the contract is broken and they are no longer familiars, then if they have already exceeded their normal lifespan, they will die. Like, you know, Draluk and John are an interesting case in this because they have nothing written in their contract that could possibly end the contract. It is indefinite for eternity. So, you know, John is as immortal as Draluk is at this point. The master can also you like basically take over the body of their familiar, use their eyes to see things. Some vampires do this, but it is noted that if the familiar still has like any amount of if the familiar still has any sort of consciousness, then doing this can hurt. So a lot of people don't do that. Like with Northen, like I believe his cat is his familiar, and he just treats it like a normal fucking cat. He doesn't let it go outside. He just loves it so much. That's his cat. He's a sweet little cat. And all vampire things, whether that's a vampire that's a Dhampir or that's a familiar, they all have a sort of aura around them that Dhampirs, vampires, and familiars can all sense in each other, that distinguish what they are and how powerful they are. Dhampirs can distinguish how powerful someone is. Vampires can more so just distinguish what something is. Some vampires can get a sense of how powerful they are, but not all of them. It is the only... So, in universe, like all sorts of animals are really popular for turning into familiars, especially for like regular house pet ones, as well as any nocturnal animals. But the only animal that is most rarely a familiar is a wolf. It is canonically incredibly difficult to turn a wolf into a familiar, and only incredibly powerful vampires can do it. So most wolves are not vampires, but there are plenty of dog familiars around these days. Yeah, so in general, when it comes to things like lifespans and just the general biology and stuff, Dhampirs have a lifespan that is essentially double that of humans, and they age a lot slower than a human does, whereas with vampires, aging is an intentional process that can be done. Like, for example, Drouse intentionally aged his hair to turn it silver because he thought it was cool. But so aging yourself as a vampire is easy, but keeping yourself young requires a lot of blood to be taken in. Generally, a vampire only needs about 100 milliliters of blood every week to get by. But you would need to be like drinking a lot to maintain youth as a vampire forever. Vampires can only fly if they have telekinesis transformation, or anything else that could propel them through the air. Not all vampires are able to do this though. For example, Wydan and Yakukin are unable to fly at all. They cannot transform, they cannot use telekinesis, they can't fly. In terms of skin color, it varies between vampire and vampire to vampire. They can have a very human skin tone, or they can have a very a very purple skin tone, like Draluk and his family has. In terms of old blood vampires, the more human tone their skin was, the more they were, the better they were at disguising themselves among humans. But these days, it doesn't really matter that much. Vampires have a tendency to paint their nails. Like Draluk and his family will paint their nails red, because they have very noticeably pale and dead looking nails. Like the color is gross, and a lot of vampires covering it up with nail polish to make themselves look a bit more human. And also as a fashion statement. Vampires have diseases that are unique to them. Vampires cannot contract human diseases, and humans cannot contract vampire diseases. And I talked about it a little earlier. But yeah, there's the thing called coffin names, where a coffin name is essentially just an alias that you as a vampire would use. For some vampires it's like a disguise, or it's like a temporary name that they use. Like for example, Draus went by the name Kuro when he first visited Japan, as like a human disguise for himself. But yeah, Northdin is, I believe Northdin's name is a coffin name. He picked the name Northdin for himself as a way to kill and bury his human self. I believe that's something he did. I might be wrong. I might be getting Fannin mixed up with that one, but that's something that I remember. And while vampires can force themselves to grow facial hair, like the progenitor in Northdin, they do usually have very thin and very sparse body hair. So it's just basically nothing there for them. In terms of food, though, in terms of human food, the ability to consume that depends on the vampire. Like for example, Draluk can survive on some human foods. He's not really the type to eat, but he can drink a lot of things. He'll eat, he's survived a month solely on milk and flowers. Nigiri can eat human food. It sustains him enough to get by. So former humans are more likely to be able to consume food. Born vampires can either consume human food, as any human does, or they can eat for the enjoyment of it. without it doing anything for them. Like Drouse, he likes eating because he likes the way things taste, but it doesn't make him feel like he's eaten anything. He needs to have blood to be any kind of substantiated. Oh my god, my throat is hurting. I've been talking for fucking 4 hours straight. And you know, there are also some vampires who just can't eat human food at fucking all. But you know, people, some of them are super into it. Yeah, so Dumpiers have good night vision, but not nearly as good as vampires. Vampires can 100% without a doubt see in the dark. Whereas Dumpiers have like a foot radius that they can see, kind of like in D&D. Dumpiers are going to usually have vampire-like features, such as fangs and pointed ears, but that's about it. They're more so going to lean more towards the human side. They usually have like a human appearance with the vampire abilities and none of the vampire drawbacks. Dumpiers don't need to drink blood, but they can. It can give their natural born vampire abilities a boost, and can like heighten their senses a lot. Dumpiers though usually take artificial blood or blood pills. Like Shinji takes blood pills the same way someone might drink an energy drink. Honda takes vampire control grade blood pills, which are more potent than the ones available to the public. And in terms of artificial blood, that's just blood that you can get basically anywhere. Like, there are vending machines full of artificial blood that just sit on the streets. In terms of blood being sold though, straight up blood, you can get bottled blood these days, and most of it is basically just a whole bunch of like donors that get mixed together. The pricier the bottle, the more pure it is. Like, the cheapest blood that you can get is like a whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of blood all mixed together into one drink. The most expensive is a whole blood bottle from one specific person, and that shit costs you like a century-old vintage wine bottle. That is ridiculously expensive. Like, more expensive blood would be like if you're wanting a specific blood type. But yeah, because it is really dangerous for humans to have that much blood taken from them, and it can take like days, weeks, months to get that full bottle worth without killing the human. It can get super expensive. I believe sometimes they might actually still just kill the human to do it, but it's not really common practice, and they usually have to disclose that they did that. And yeah, most vampires do have a preference for the kind of blood that they drink, but some vampires just like they get what they get and they don't get upset. Yeah, as I've mentioned before, in terms of vampire abilities, hypnosis is a sophisticated and complex ability among vampires. A lot of vampires want to be good at hypnosis, but not a lot of them are. Drows is in theory good at hypnosis, but is also a bit of a silver medal loser. Yeah, like Drows is usually the second best at anything at any given thing. But if you put him in a room with all the hypnotists, he is not the second best at that. Wydan is one of, if not the best in the entire franchise. The second being Yakukin. Northdin would also be pretty up there, but he also doesn't hone his abilities in other areas outside of Charm, and Charm is a very low-level ability. But yeah, hypnosis is like difficult to understand. It's difficult to get good at, but it's also difficult to override. Like if one person is under the influence of one vampire's hypnosis, another vampire's hypnosis cannot break that. And Hinayuchi ended up getting some sort of, I've forgotten the word, immunity to hypnosis because of Wydan's hypnosis. His hypnosis ended up having after effects on her, so she essentially never truly broke out of his hypnosis. So it's still kind of lingering there in her, so she's gained some sort of immunity to other hypnosis because of his. And when I say that Drows is not good at hypnosis, I don't mean that he's like the worst at hypnotizing people. I mean that he's just like, he's just not the best one there. He is still incredibly powerful. He has the ability to override a whole town's perception of something. He is still incredibly powerful in that regard. He's just not someone who uses hypnosis regularly enough to warrant him being like much better at it than he already is. In terms of hypnosis, knowledge and direction are very important to that. If the person who is under hypnosis has no idea about the thing that you are asking them to do, then it doesn't work, right? Like, for example, like for example, if you're like telling someone through hypnosis to perform a task, if they've never performed that task before and don't know what that is, they can't do it, right? There are ways to circumvent and circumvent these sorts of things. Like, when I say directional, I mean, it needs to be directed at that thing. So, like, for Norston, the way that he directs people is he looks directly in their eyes. For Wydan, the way that he directs people is he has a wand and a beam of light. And whoever the beam hits, that's who is under the hypnosis. So, like, you can circumvent these sorts of things by like wearing masks and stuff. Like Yomu Suzaka, his mask technically gives him some sort of hypnosis resistance. However, not all of it. He can still be hit by some hypnosis. But if you like, it's hard to explain. Alright, it's hard to explain. I'm trying to figure out how to make it sound, make it interesting, but it's really hard to explain. Yeah, some vampires have natural resistance to hypnosis. Some vampires can gain resistance to hypnosis if they encounter it enough. People who usually have high resistance to hypnosis are people who are powerful in hypnosis, are people who already have family who are powerful in hypnosis, and depending on like your blood and stuff. Like Draluk has hypnosis resistance because he is a direct descendant from the progenitor, and Toru has high resistance because because he is a part of the hypnotist clan. Like, he cannot be hypnotized by either of his brothers. That's how high his hypnosis is. Draluk can still get hypnotized, but it is rare for him to encounter a vampire who is using a higher level of hypnosis than the ones in the series. Like, for example, Wydan is usually using a level 1 sort of hypnosis, which anyone with a resistance is usually going to be resistant to, whereas his level 10 will basically kill a person, like just completely melt their brain, but he just doesn't do that, so we're all safe for now. You can't really develop resistances or to hypnosis though the same way you can to vampirism, and you can't prosecute anyone for using hypnosis because you can't legally or scientifically deduce whether or not someone was affected by hypnosis. And you can't prove that someone ever used hypnosis in the first place. Which is partly why Wydan never really gets true punishment for the things that he does, other than getting a punch in the face by whoever was affected that day. He gets punched in the face a lot. Transformation is a common ability among vampires, but it is difficult and complex. You need to be working on it regularly to maintain the ability and the knowledge. Like, you know, Draluk is really bad at transformation. Odd Creature has high potential for transformation, but he doesn't have very good control over it. Drouse is incredibly good at transformation, and he can do it. Odd Creature's father and mother are much better at transformation. His father, his name is Dick. He is like one of, if not the best in at the whole ability. It's very natural for him. One of the hardest things for a vampire to transform into is anything that is amorphous, such as smoke. Like Drouse has a hard time transforming into smoke. Dick does it all the fucking time though. But yeah, the Dragon Clan, aka Draluk's family, they are the only clan who has the ability to turn into dragons. The progenitor does it occasionally. I don't think we've ever seen Drouse try. Draluk has attempted. As we can assume, it didn't go well. He kind of just looked like a snake. In terms of things that prevent vampires, things like having to be invited inside and running water and silver and garlic, all of those things are more likely to affect vampires who are older than they are to affect modern vampires. Like, if you grew up in the time where like the church was a big thing and super against vampires, if you grew up in like the 1800s, you are more likely to be affected by these things. Modern vampires don't have that sort of problem. Like for example, with Draluk, he for a long time needed to be actively invited into the office to be able to enter. They have a sign out front that basically welcomes anyone in, which was how he got around doing that. But eventually with something like that, it's sort of like an automatic thing where he eventually subconsciously gets no longer has that rule applied to him, because it's basically been established that that's where he lives now, essentially. In terms of mirrors and cameras, modern mirrors are completely fine because they're no longer made of silver. In terms of cameras, a nice modern camera, they can usually show up in those sorts of cameras, but you have to really try hard. If you are the kind of vampire whose reflection does not show up in silver, then you have to really, really tense up to be able to show up on any sort of camera. But if you're a more modern vampire, or you used to be a human, you are more likely to like have absolutely no issues with being having a picture taken. Vampires do, however, have a tendency to count things, they can count things. They can count thousands of things in seconds, but they do have an affinity for counting things, and that's just something that something that they need to do. In terms of the running water, bathing and showering is fine for a lot of them. Whereas natural running water can be a sort of barrier to old vampires. Like someone like Drouse, who has who grew up in like all the old times where all of those sorts of things were affected. Like those sorts of bodies of water sort of act like a physical border of here and there, and so that's why they can't cross those sorts of things. But generally speaking, vampires don't like the rain. Nagiri hates the rain. Draluk can't go out when it's raining because he will die. In terms of what can be turned into a vampire, basically anything. If any objects and plants and animals can all turn into a vampire if they spend enough time around vampires. Like anything a vampire owns is at risk of turning into a vampire at one point or another. Like for example, Draluk's video game console turns into a vampire. It is less common for these things to turn into vampires, except for fruits and vegetables. They turn into a vampire a lot, especially if they grow rotten and stuff, but yeah. Some vampires are affected by the cycles of the moon. Not all of them, but some of them may experience some sorts of effects based on which phase the moon is in, like getting overexcited when it's a full moon. And so like a lot of vampires like being under, like being out at night, whether they can survive sunlight or not, because they don't feel overexposed and it's a lot less stimulating for them. But these sorts of things are like all very, very, very subjective. A lot of things about vampires are very dependent person to person, which I like and I find very interesting, and I like that all these sorts of things were considered for all of them. But I think unless we have any questions, that's everything mostly for canon. There were a lot of characters that I didn't talk about, but it's because there are so many, and so many of them are just like this guy who showed up one time. He's alright, I guess. Anyway, moving on. So I just picked out like all the ones, most of the ones that are interesting from the anime, a couple of the ones that I wanted to talk about as well, and then all of this. So that's all canon. What about semi-canon? So there are a lot of semi-official AUs. It is asking to annoy you. Where's the overlay? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean my Draluk overlay? My cute little Draluk. Do you want it? Do you want the overlay? I made this overlay. I made the collage a while ago for Frank Todara's birthday. And then I just repurposed the collage to create this overlay because I was like, I need an overlay to like house the presentation, because otherwise my avatar would get in the way of all the text. But decided to have the vampires be different. I know, it's great. Ugh. I love it so much. Binoki has like a lot of attention to detail with a lot of these things. And he's like drawn so many different things. Like, it's like not important at all, and not anything, and no one really cares. But he gave he gave Sudagiri inverted nipples. which is a really fun detail. Like, you didn't have to do that, but you did. You cared enough to give that kind of distinction between your characters. I like how different everyone can be and stuff, and I like all the little fun facts. But these are the semi-official AUs. So there are a lot of AUs that either come from sketches that Binoki have done, from chapters, special chapters that he's done, or promo art. Technically the first of these is this one right here, which is known as the one-shot AU, which was essentially the pilot for the original series. The distinct differences between Ronaldo and Draluk in this franchise, are that on Draluk's lapel, he's got little crosses rather than diamonds, and Ronaldo has a big ass cape and way more garlic flowers on his hat than the single one that he has in canon. The one-shot AU is a little bit darker, a little bit more serious in vibe, but still a comedy. I obviously love it enough to talk about it for 4 hours. I do love it. The series is a comedy about these two morons. That's all it's about. It's about a comedy about these two morons and all the perverted fucking vampires they have to deal with on a daily basis. It's about how everyone is an idiot. They're all idiots, but we all love them. But the one-shot AU, the main differences being in the personality and behaviors of these two. Like, Ronaldo acts a lot more like his Ronaldo Chronicles Ronaldo acts a lot more like his Ronaldo Chronicles fake self. He's a a lot colder, a little meaner. He's a lot more of the kind of guy that he wishes that he could be. Draluk is a little bit more mature, a little bit more serious. He's often portrayed as being a lot more scared of things than he is in canon. And in the differences between the one-shot and the normal one is things like how in the one-shot AU, Ronaldo and Draluk live separately but still spend time together and still do vampire hunting together, so their friendship is a lot more genuine than the friendship between the two of them in canon. So there are some minor character differences, but not a lot, because this one didn't get as elaborated on as some of the other AUs. In other differences being Draluk, when he dies, he can't come back instantly. It's anywhere between 5 minutes and 3 hours that he takes to regenerate. He's drunk some of Ronaldo's blood before in that AU, and Ronaldo was a lot less of an idiot. He's way cooler. He's as cool as Ronaldo has always wanted to be. Some of the other popular AUs would be the 30 Years Later AU, which is a time skip AU. It originated from a sketch that Bluesky did on what he calls Bon Radio, which was a live stream that he did on YouTube for a while, where he just hung out for a couple hours and drew his characters and talked about them. And in this is just like what canon's doing 30 years later. Ronaldo has some age on him. Draluk has more human clothes and grew out his hair. Apparently nothing has changed at all, and they're still idiots and they're still living together. And what do you mean Ronaldo is still single and living with his male wife? What do you mean by that, Bluesky? You have a friend that writes BL. Are you telling me you knew exactly what the fuck you were doing with that? I think he knows what he's doing. The 30 Years Later AU is they are so gay. They're so gay. They could be gay if they wanted to, if they really tried hard. Ugh, I love them. I love so many characters. This is a AU that has a lot more going for it. This is Reverse and Delta. So Reverse and Delta are basically the same AU, but there are distinct differences. Reverse and Delta are both a role swap AU in which the vampire hunters are vampires, the vampires are Control Division members, and the Control Division members are hunters. In Reverse AU, this is the Reverse AU. This is what Reverse AU is. It is this piece of art. There is nothing else of Reverse AU, just this. In Reverse AU, the difference is being that Draluk is still a vampire, and that Ronaldo does not have pointed ears and does not have the red eyes of a vampire. However, in Delta is the manga one-shot version of the AU. In that, Draluk is a Dhampir. He is a physically weak Dhampir, but he is a Dhampir nonetheless. Ronaldo has his red eyes and his pointed vampire ears. Ronaldo is a extremely powerful vampire in this AU. He cannot die through any means. Nothing at all seems to be able to kill him. And because of this, Ronaldo is a bit insecure because he doesn't feel like he is a proper vampire if he does not have a weakness. So he goes around trying to find things that will kill him. And so far nothing's worked, but he went and he tried to fight the Control Division and it didn't go well. And the Control Division was like, you know what? This guy is a nuisance for us and just fucking everyone. Draluk, can you keep an eye on him? Because you're the captain. So Draluk is forced to live with Ronaldo and keep an eye on him and make sure that he doesn't cause a nuisance for himself. I'm sorry, you fell. I accidentally pushed you. There. Mwah. So, because of this, like, some of the other vampires are like really worried about Ronaldo and worried that things aren't going well for him, except you know, they're just idiots. They're just idiots living together. And there's nothing they can do about it. With this AU, Draluk is usually portrayed as a more Draluk is usually portrayed as a more of a workaholic. He's usually like really good at his job, but he is physically weak. Like it's I'll tell you about it in a minute. So powerful you have to try and kill yourself? Yes, exactly. That is his whole character. That's his whole thing in this. Yeah, Draluk is usually portrayed as like a more serious person, someone much more focused on his work and such. Whereas Ronaldo in this AU is usually portrayed as like being a bit more of like a golden retriever sort of personality. And just being like super into the whole, yeah, sure, let's go fucking find some danger. Because, you know, Draluk is obviously going to be the tiniest bit different from his usual self because he hasn't been spoilt to death for 200 years and can't risk dying. There's also the inverted AU, which is a personality bend AU. This is an AU that spawned from one of the official manga chapters, which was 189, in which a vampire caused most of the cast to act opposite to how they usually act. Like, for example, John got super into like weightlifting, and Ronaldo became a really sweet and pleasant person who just wants to talk things out and have tea parties and be a pretty princess. Draluk was not initially affected by the hypnosis in the AU, but later he got this sketch posted of him on Twitter, and to basically be like, this is what Draluk would have been in that universe. That fucked up eye he has there, that gives him ice powers. In this AU, he is a lot more harsh and brash and stoic. He dies just as easily as all the other Draluks. However, he cannot revive himself. So once he dies, that's it. And because of that, technically speaking, this version of Draluk should not be able to exist. Because there is such a thing known as Dora Dora compliance throughout all the AUs, and Dora Dora compliance is just a little rule that is to say that Draluk, no matter what universe he's in, must A, always be friends with John. They are inseparable. And 2, Draluk must always be a weakling that can die easily. You break one of these 2 rules, then Draluk cannot exist in the universe. My personal headcanon for inverted Draluk, the way that he exists in this AU, is that it's not the only reason that he is still alive is not because of his own power, but because of some other force protecting him. That is what I personally headcanon. There are some other AUs, there's the Alice in Wonderland AU. There's been a merch version and a chapter version of that AU. There's the Hansel and Gretel AU. There's the Little Mermaid AU, in which Ronaldo is a prince, Hinaichi is a mermaid, and Draluk is a sea witch. Draluk is like, hey, you into that prince over there? I can give you some legs. And Hinaichi is like, nah, I don't like him anyway. I'm cool with being in the ocean. Thanks anyway. But in that AU, Draluk has tentacles. Lots of tentacles. So you can imagine the kind of art that's spawned from that AU. In the Hansel and Gretel AU, Draluk looks like a mushroom. He looks like a mushroom. There's also the fantasy AU that no one ever talks about. And there's the Mafia AU, where Draluk and Ronaldo are the bodyguards of John, except that AU is no longer really seen as an AU in the eyes of the fandom, because those outfits that they wear in that AU were used in the title sequence for season 1 of the anime. So people know those outfits more for being the anime more than they know them from the original AU that they once were. Uso Desu, however, is the most intricate and in-depth AU that Benoki has made. It originally came from fake teasers for the chapter volumes, where it was the events of the next chapter were painted as being super serious when they weren't really, until it got expanded into its own thing. In this AU, the tension between humans and vampires never ended up fading, and a war has since spiked between humans and vampires. Humans are losing badly, and majority of the human race have been turned into livestock for vampires, with no personality or thought process at all. In this AU, Ronaldo and some of the other human characters are the remaining resistance against the vampires in the war, and Draluk one day approaches the human forces, especially Ronaldo, and offers his help in the war, and gives Ronaldo his heart, as you can see here. It is not entirely clear how this giving of the heart works. The usual fandom interpretation is that for some reason or another, Ronaldo was going to die. So he is being kept alive by Dralu's heart now. That is usually the fandom interpretation, because a lot of the information about Usodesu has been pretty cryptic. We do know a lot about what's going on with a lot of the characters in this AU though. Ronaldo was like a much more serious person in this AU. He's since he's been fighting in a war basically his entire life. He lost his brother some years ago and has been searching for him since. He is unaware that his brother has been turned into a vampire and is now fighting on the side of the vampires. Dralik is also basically just himself, but his silliness toned down a whole fucking lot. There's so much I could talk about with this AU. Northdin ends up getting shot with a bullet in the heart, and he keeps himself alive by keeping the bullet frozen inside his chest. Drouse seems to be incredibly conflicted about the whole thing, because the war only really started because of the progenitor, and the progenitor provoking the vampires to start this whole fucking thing. And so the whole story of Usodesu is Ronaldo and Draluk going to London to kill him, to end the war. So Drouse is obviously conflicted because like his dad and his son are on two different sides of the war, so he doesn't know what he's meant to fucking do anymore. Nudanium is like a friendly vampire who has like a safe haven for a lot of the humans that are left. He helps out a lot. Hinaichi is still a part of the vampire control division, however she has a magical power inside her. She has a natural disposition for fighting vampires, and she was basically trained to be a weapon against them her whole life. Because of the war, she has basically the essence of the sun itself inside her, and so she can basically kill a vampire by touching it. And so that's the thing that she struggles with in that AU. Satetsu gets turned into a vampire in that AU. My personal headcanon is that he ends up getting killed. He ends up getting killed in that AU because the thing that we know about him is that he asks Ronaldo to kill him if he turns completely and loses himself. And Etiquette Breacher in that AU, where his name in that AU being Manabu, he uses his ability of ghouls to like bring people back to life. So my headcanon is that he does that for Satetsu at some point in the series. Hunter still hates Ronaldo, but it seems like more of a it seems like there used to be a sort of companionship between the two of them, and then Ronaldo got all emo and some shit happened. Some mutual shit happened, and now Ronaldo is fucked up because of it. And like Honda hates him, but is willing to help, like, to work with him and protect him and stuff. In that AU, Ken initially faces off against the humans, but then he's like, nah, you know what, guys? He ends up helping them and working with them as a hunter. Like yeah, like in the Delta AU, in Delta, Ken is a hunter rather than a vampire control member. And Michaela is like actively fighting against the humans because he believes it is his right as a vampire to be revered and to have all these humans look to him and serve him, which is what he believes in canon, but like he's not exactly destructive about it. He's still as weak as he always is in the AU, but I like to think about the implications that has for what kind of relationship they end up having and how they solve that between the two of them. I really like thinking about the relationships in Usodesu, how they are affected by the AU itself, and the things that change, and how you can like restore a relationship closer to canon for them in that series universe. Fukuma is working on the side of the human war. He's mysterious. He seems to have some sort of connection with Ronaldo, but no one's really sure what it is. Again, still claims to be human, but still has some weird ass powers that fucking no other human has ever had. Oh, my brain is stopping he's not working anymore. Wyden in the Seiyu is known simply as the Man of Malice. He is a much more intimidating person in the Seiyu. He's rather than using his abilities for sexual reasons, he uses his abilities to get information out of people and then use it against them, like forcing people to reveal secrets and things like important war strategies and people's fears and stuff like that. He is a much more malicious and violent person in that AU, and he is much more predisposed to hurting people in that AU. Kentaro was still pretty focused on just defeating Nigiri, whereas Nigiri in that AU, he is very much neutral on the matter. He doesn't fight for vampires or humans. He just kind of hurts people because that's what he thinks, that's what he wants to do. But after a fight between him and Ronaldo, he ends up getting shot, and for some reason he's not sure why he doesn't die. So he kind of retreats, and as he does in canon, and like is sort of stuck with that strange knowledge of, why am I not dead? What weird force protected me? And why did they do that? So, you know, I like thinking about the sorts of things they could be doing at AU. Like in the reverse AU Sujigiri, we don't really have any information on what Sujigiri is up to in that AU. All we know is that he has a giant chainsaw that he uses. I like to think that he does hunter work without officially being a hunter. Like, he fights vampires and protects people from vampires without, like, affiliating himself with anyone. That's the way that I think about him in that AU. But in terms of Uso, I think that's about everyone that we know about. I do, however, like considering what other characters might be doing and up to in that AU. Uso Desu is by far the most popular of all the AUs. All the ones that I talked about are like all the most popular ones, the ones you're gonna see fan out of if you go and search up that stuff. But this one is definitely like the most comprehensive and the most interesting to the fan base, and I'm not surprised, honestly. It's just got so much substance to it, and you can do so much for it. Like I even modified Vampire the Masquerade to be able to run a version of this AU with people. I like it. I like thinking about it, and I like it a lot. But my voice, I'm not sure if you can tell, but my voice is slowly and surely dying. But tomorrow, on the day of my actual birthday, because it's technically not today, it's technically tomorrow, I will be doing a watch party of both season 1 and season 2 of the anime on my Discord. So if anything that I have said about this franchise has interested you enough, then I highly recommend going and watching it. Even if you're not going to watch it with us, you should definitely watch it by yourself. Because I have shown you basically all the characters, basically all the pervertednesses that goes into it. You can't pretend to be surprised by New Danium episode 2, episode 3. You can't pretend now, because you've already met him and you already know that he's a lovely lad despite everything. But yes, we are going to be watching it together, and it's going to be fun, and I'm going to enjoy myself. It'll be about 8 hours for season 1 and 2, but and it will be the subbed version, because I don't want to have to switch languages halfway through. You know, just for everyone's sake. Just for the sake of everyone. I hope that you can that you can join us, and if you can't, I hope that you check out the series yourself. You can buy the manga online, but there is no official translation of it. You can we have a lovely scan team who is working on translating the entire series on MangaDex. I believe they're up to volume 8, which, when you consider, isn't a lot, because it's 25, but they do excellent work. They release a chapter like every month, and they've been doing it since like the anime came out. So they haven't been doing it that long, in a couple years. I believe the anime released 2022. But I love it. I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite franchises in the entire world. The music we've been listening to all day has been from the soundtrack. And I'm just so in love with it. I love it so much, and I love when people enjoy it with me. I love thinking about it, I love talking about it, I love consuming it. I have watched it so much that I know everything that's happening, even when it's subbed with 0 subtitles. I can watch that thing like a true Japanese viewer. I might not know the exact words that you are saying at this exact moment, but I still know exactly what you're saying, and I know what's happening, and I love it so much. I have my little Draluk here with me. Say hi, Draluk. My little Draluk backpack of Draluk when he's poorly transformed into a bat. Oh, he's so cute and soft, and you can also get a plushie of Draluk as a pile of sand. And the Mebiyatsu plushie. I didn't even get to tell you anything about Mebiyatsu. Everyone likes Mebiyatsu. Mebiyatsu is a device from Draluk's castle that shoots lasers that gained ego and sentience when Ronaldo treated it as a precious, adorable little thing. And it loves Ronaldo so much, and in Usodesu, it's a tiny little bioengineered child that Ronaldo adopts. Yes, my actual birthday is tomorrow. I feel so relaxed, but that also means I feel tired. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So happy. 5-hour stream of me just talking about my thing to all of you. I'm so happy you all came here today to talk about this with me. Does anyone have any questions about it? I don't. I think I covered all the bases. I think I covered all the bases with it. I don't think I have any more fun facts I can give you. It all makes me so happy. It all makes me so happy. You have no idea how happy I was, just editing that John onto my head. Like, look at him. He's so small. I love him so much. I love him sitting on my head like that. He's so cute. It's like I've got a little friend. Fun fact though, my stream anniversary, the 8th of the 8th, that's Ronaldo's birthday. I started streaming on Ronaldo's birthday, and I did that on purpose. Because, I thought to myself, you know, it's Ronaldo's birthday tomorrow. I should stream. That's the whole reason. Draluk's birthday is the 28th of November, so his birthday's coming up. It was Shinji's birthday 10 days ago. My perfect baby. I love Shinji. I love Shinji so much. Oh. I've run out of things to say. I've been talking for 5 hours. Can you excuse me for not having anything more to say to you? I'm just so happy and I'm so sleepy. It's like I started streaming at 9 o'clock. It is now 2. It's 2. I love this franchise. I love it so much. I'm so obsessed. It's my everything. It's my absolute everything. Like, if I had all the money in the world, I would go to Japan. Because, so a prominent location that comes up every now and again in Kyushu stuff is the Prince Hotel, which is a reference to the real life Prince Hotel. And so every year or so they do a collaboration with the franchise. So they have like themed rooms and themed afternoon tea. You liked the stream. It was a good stream. I'm so glad you guys liked it. I'm usually just playing the one game, so I guess it was probably a good change of pace, especially for a lot of you, because it would be a Sunday for a lot of you right now. A Sunday, and you most of you guys, it's the middle of the night. So I guess it's like a podcast for you. I talked about it a little bit when I was talking about Wydam, but the 2 season albums, they each have 3 character songs on them. If you were here at the very start of the stream, you would have heard the Draluk character song. That's Draluk's character song. Ronaldo has a character song, Jean has a character song, Fukuma has a character song, and Hinaichi has a character song. I highly recommend that if you're interested to go listen to them. I think they're all really good. And they're all so good. And then technically Ronaldo gets 2 songs because he gets 1 song that shows up in season 2, and then also his character song, which you might know if you've ever looked at my Twitter, because I posted a cover of that song on my Twitter for his birthday. I like the Ronaldo songs. I think they're really good, and the one that shows up in the anime is a song that Bonoki wrote, or at least helped write in the lyrics department. And there are so many like different concepts that show up in episodes and stuff. Like one of the more recent manga chapters is a chapter about is a chapter all about generative AI, and instead of it being like an actual AI, it's just some guy in a room typing responses. And it's all about and like it does it in a comedic way, but it's basically like you're a fantastic writer and you've gotten this far in your career. You should like just stick to your guns, and it's way more meaningful when it comes from you directly. And there's like a lot of like there's a lot more like stuff that I can't have properly explained, like history and stuff. Like I know that I rambled for 5 hours about this stuff, but like it is if anything has captured your interest, it is so much more meaningful to have a look at it for yourself. It's way more meaningful to read it or watch it. And I completely recommend. There's the official fandom Discord where you can get like updates from the scan team, and we read the new chapters together whenever they get posted. The series has gone back on hiatus, but it's meant to be a short one. We're just not sure how long. Because, you know, Banaki's been dealing with a lot of stuff health-wise. In and out of hospital kind of thing. I hope he's doing better. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? Because he hasn't really been posting on Twitter a whole lot. Which is fair. Which is fair. But, I hope things are going okay for him. I want more merchandise of it. I want to get more merchandise. I have little phone charms that I got at a convention earlier in the year. But other than that, I haven't been able to get much. I've got my shelf of official merchandise. But it's all Japanese exclusive, and it's all so expensive in the resale market, and I just don't have that kind of money. But I spread my propaganda about this show as much as I can, mostly for my benefit, but also for the franchises. I won't speak ill of the publisher despite the publisher's actions, because I am uninformed, and that's not the kind of space we are here right now. This is Comfy Scream. That should be ending, because I need to go to the shops. My voice is dying, and I'm running out of things to talk about slowly, and I think you've noticed it. I'm probably going to be cosplaying Ronaldo at the con in the next 10 days. Because he's a comfortable cosplayer. And my other option would be Celestia Ludenberg or Tsukiko Mori, and I don't want to cosplay Tsukiko Mori in this weather, and I don't want to wear heels. So I'm probably gonna go as Ronaldo. I love this franchise. It means everything to me. It's my everything. It's my absolute fucking everything. And I'm so glad you all came here and listened to me talk about it. Cosplaying is cool, and I wish I had a cooler cosplay, but unfortunately the cosplay that I have is absolute garbage. I spent $700 on getting a custom-made jacket of Ronaldo. Do you wanna... It is so shit that the silver detailing doesn't look like they used a ruler on it at all. I remade them with what do you call it? Foam? I redid them with foam and chain. But it's not nearly as good as someone who professionally does it could do. It's like the only reason I consider it better is because I know my own skills, and I like it way better than what the fuck they did. And the quality of the material is so bad, it stained my white pants. So I'm not happy with my Ronaldo cosplay. I want it to be better, but I just don't currently have the skills and the money and the materials to make it what I wish it to be. But it is what it is, and I deal with it, as it is. I still enjoy cosplaying Ronaldo. I still I still have fun, and I still feel good, and I have my props. I have all my props, and one day I'll get custom fabric and a custom suit, and I'll cosplay Whitean, possibly Yakukin, because Yakukin would be a fun one. I want to cosplay Michaela a lot, actually. I think Michaela would be a fun one. I want to cosplay so many of the characters. Like, I would do all of them, just all of them. But, you know, it's a lot of money and there's a lot of suits. And suits are a lot. But I like wearing suits. I love wearing suits. One of the arts that I've commissioned recently, they drew my character in a suit. And I'm so excited for it to be finished. Because they look so good, and I always look good in suits, and I'm the kind of person who collects lame-ass ties. I love ties. Ties are my favorite, and it's, ugh. Anyway, I need to go to the shops, and my voice is dying, and I'm running out of things to tell you all. I'm so glad you all hung out with me. I'm so happy to have you all here today for my birthday. I'm so happy so many of you showed up. Oh, it meant so much to me. Didn't it, Dralu? Didn't we have so much fun? Yes, Dralu. I do too hope shopping goes well. It'll be great. It'll be fun. I should probably eat something before I start walking, because I haven't eaten anything today. But it'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. There. I will eat my pie. Stop coming here. Focus on your game. Focus on your game. Can't believe you. Ugh. But yeah. So I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We've been playing, the, Apollo Justice games. And it's been going well. We're on the second Apollo Justice game. We're almost finished that one. I think that second Apollo Justice game will probably be finished sometime this week. Possibly Friday. Probably Friday, if not Wednesday. And I release Utao covers on the Fridays, and my VODs get uploaded every Wednesday. And Friday, I might upload this particular VOD soon after, but I haven't decided yet. But generally, thank you so much for hanging out. I had fun. I gotta go now. Oh, I gotta go now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy yourselves out there. Bye bye.